Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Listen here, this is a fact of life. I be rapping like Nat Turner came back to life. Grab Donald Trump by the pussy, he ain't acting right. I never run from a conflict, I be glad to fight. It's a very cold world that we live in. Somebody please tell Elizabeth you're not an Indian. You just trying to con them people to get the benefit. Just another immigrant, stealing from the Indians. That's some punk ass shit and that's too lame. Now we finna step over to Andrew Yang. And you a sucker, you could never speak for black folks. Fake ass pandemic, trying to get the black vote. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You know your boy be high off sativa. Kamala wasn't popping, so we said bye, Felicia. She ain't had a right policy. We ain't trying to meet her. Y'all can take Biden too. Bye, we don't need him. We don't need Roland Martin or that coon Al Sharpton. Didn't need Cory Booker from the start, man. I don't fuck with police and no snitch. You know I'm coming with the heat when I spit it. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. If you ever go to court and this is your luck, try not to get fucked by Benjamin Crump. I know it's hard. You and all go is hard. But who the fuck is Amy Cloak? Put her picture up on the bullseye and start throwing darts. People cut our organs out our bodies, that's a stolen heart. They can't save us from the flood like Noah's Ark. Black lives always matter, we finna go for ours. So then we savages, we don't need to pot the piss. Mike Bloomberg can suck dick with that stop and frisk. Bitch, you ain't speaking for us, we don't know you. Bernie Sanders, they get your funky ass on too. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me.
I'm talking about shout it going crazy. People going crazy in them motherfuckers. Run that shit back, man.
But it means nothing. Nothing about a woman on the day. Man made the car. Man made the train to carry the heavy load. Man made the electrolyte to take us out of the dark. Man made the pump for the water like the 7-millimeter. Man thinks about a little bit of baby girl and a baby boy. And man makes them happy because man makes them sorry. But after man make everything we can, do you know that man makes money? To buy from other men. This is a man's world.
Greetings, Black family, greetings, and thank y'all for tuning in to another episode of the Frontline Black News. I'm your host, Che and Kruma, and we're joined with our other host, Lady Che, and this is a Mother Day edition of the Frontline Black News. Greetings from the Mile High Income and illegal migrant flooded city, soon to be deported city. Happy Mother's Day to all the mothers that are tuning in or will be tuning in and are in the chat. And happy Mother's Day to Lady Che and my mother as well.
That's so great.
And on this season 5, episode 7, part 2 of the Frontline Black News, we'll be discussing several topics. The first topic is who's more dangerous, Black family? Sambos or Tethers?
What?
Then why is the system shook over one man, and that one man is Rodney Hinton Jr.? Shout out to him. Then we got Kim Porter, charged with second-degree manslaughter for killing Dante Wright up there in Minneapolis. We did? Apparently we already covered that. Well, we're going to go back over because I didn't give my commentary on it. Then we got Bill Cosby loses verdict in California case. Then white man is angry that he can't freely use anti-black slurs without consequences. What? I didn't get the commentary, Lady Che. Okay. Then we got Leo the 14th, first U.S.-born Pope, criticized the dump as inhuman shit, and we want to make that perfectly clear. And J.D. Vance on lack of compassion for immigrants. Oh, Lord. Then pre-sexual abuse survivors demand accountability from new Pope. Open up those archives. And then examining the Florida State University mass shooting. We have an update on the cops responsible for the death of Tyre Nichols. We did cover that already, but we want to hear from Torian and what he thought about the situation. And if we have time, untold story or untold history of flooding of black towns like Oscarville, Georgia, which is now Lake Merritt, to make lakes. So please, Lake Lanier, my apologies, Lake Lanier. Please join us on StreamYard, YouTube, Frontline Black News. The links to all of our channels are in the description, including Jay Militants and Cool Keezies. Also, please support the GoFundMe that Lady Che has set up. And we have the copyright disclaimer in here as well, PewTube. And yeah, if you don't understand racism, white supremacy, what it is, and how it works, everything else you think you understand will only confuse you. Nelly Fuller Jr., RIP to him. And racism and white supremacy is conscious and subconscious behavior to maintain white genetic survival to prevent white genetic annihilation. RIP to Dr. Frances Cress Wilson as well. I was just listening to her. Shout out to Transatlantic Productions for doing a series of her videos on their channel today in honor of Mother's Day. So shout out to the Queen Mother. All right, who we got in here? We got Twin. Yep, Peasy. Yep, shout out to him. Mac 285's in here. Says Happy Mother's Day to everyone. Yes, sir. Especially our FBA mothers. Yep. I agree. I wholeheartedly agree. So let's go to it. What's worse, Tethers or Sambos? Let's see what Tariq has to say on the subject. Oh, what do you got to say, Lady Che? Go ahead.
I didn't even realize that was a question. All that. Why were you asking the questions? All that.
Who's more dangerous, Sambos or Tethers?
Like
this is from one of Tariq's recent Twitter spaces again.
Quick question. Foundational Black American from Long Beach. But what I really wanted to know, Tyreek, in your opinion, who do you think is like most dangerous to the Black community? Would you say it's American or Tethers?
Oh man. Well,
our Sambo class, we can identify them. No, and I would say Tethers, because the Tethers are more covert. See, the Sambos within our community, they still have to, you know, for the most part, live among us to a certain degree. So we know who they are. Like, for example, Larry Elder, he's a domestic Sambo.
Uncle Larry.
He's not a threat because we know him. We know how he gets down. When he shows up, here this fool goes. So we already know.
Yep.
The domestic Sambos, they have to be more overt with their Samboing, whereas the Tether class Sambos, they can be more covert because they can come around us cosplaying and then go hide off somewhere and we don't know where they are. They got these little immigrant enclaves that protects them to a certain degree. You understand? So that makes them more dangerous because they come out of nowhere. I'm gonna give you an example. During the early Black Lives Matter uprisings that were later labeled Black Lives Matter uprisings, you know, I would show up to these different cities and we're out there with the FBA family seeing what's popping, and then all of a sudden some strange people start showing up with bullhorns saying, hey, yes, we are the leaders of this and we need justice. Black Lives Matter and immigrants matter and trans lives matter. We're like, hey, who are these people?
Hell no. Yeah, that's what they started doing.
People would show up and nobody would know who they were. Nobody knew where they came from.
Like every protest.
And that's one of the reasons that kind of planted the seed for the delineation movement. Because these folks would show up and
trans lives matter too.
Be considered leaders, and then they'll start talking crazy. They'll start pivoting the energy. It would be weird stuff going on.
I was like, what?
And when we start asking about people, nobody knew them. Nobody knew anything about them, which was unusual. Because sometimes, you know, part of our culture, you know, like somebody show up like, hey, whose man is that? Whose homegirl is that? Oh, like, that's such and such. That's Whoop-de-Whoop's cousin. That's such and such uncle. That's such and such daughter. You know, we kind of have a background on people. Generally, we would know things about them. But these Tethers would show up and nobody would know nothing about them. And then later we started putting two and two together. Where are all these people coming with this shit? And don't nobody know anything about them. We start digging into their backgrounds and we saw a common denominator. The common denominator is, okay, these people are from like Africa and the Caribbean.
Yeah, notice them Tether.
So there's something to that. This is not a coincidence. Every time there's some bullshit going on with these folks who's sneaking around and lurking around and they're doing some real devious stuff behind the scenes, kind of sabotaging what's going on, we start looking in their backgrounds. They're from Africa or the Caribbean. So there's some kind of deliberate play going on here. So that's very dangerous. Well, it was dangerous because now we're doing paperwork checks now. So, you know, both of them are dangerous. Domestic Sambos and foreign Tether class Sambos, they're very, very dangerous.
Yes, they are.
All right, let's get AJ. Let's get AJ in the building. AJ, what's happening, AJ? Mr. AJ, hop on in.
Oh, Lord, he's a Tether.
AJ, unmute your microphone, sir.
You can hear me?
I can hear you, AJ. What's happening?
Oh, we spoke a few days ago. But yeah.
What did we talk about a few days? Because you kind of seem familiar what we talk about.
We talked about the GoFundMe bullshit. I mean, people posting videos. Some of these videos.
I'm trying to remember. Are you Hispanic? What are you? AJ?
No, what the fuck are you?
AJ, what happened to your phone, man? Okay, AJ, did you drop an empalada on your phone? Hello, AJ? Okay, AJ just went silent. Okay. I think he dropped an empanada on his phone. Okay. All right, AJ, we'll have you call back. I don't know what happened to your thing, AJ. You just kind of disappeared. was trying to remember who you were. I talked to a lot of people. It's kind of hard for me to remember everybody. All right. AJ's trying to get back on. Let me get it back on. Excuse me. What's up, AJ? Where you at? AJ, get your shit together, man. All right. AJ.
You hear me now?
I can hear you, man. What's going on with your phone, AJ?
And the salsa, yep.
Oh, I'm not sure.
All right, so what's on? Okay, now are you Hispanic? I forgot. Just jog my memory, man.
No. My dad's from Iraq. My mom's white.
Okay. I kind of remember. You're Middle Eastern, kind of. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So what's on your mind, AJ?
I was asking you the other day about some of these videos. Do you think this is being algorithmically pushed?
Which videos?
All of it. The whole timeline is people fight, racial bullshit. The whole timeline, everything. All of it.
No,
and some of the videos are old. These aren't recent videos.
Yeah.
These are 5 years old, 10 years old.
Yeah, some people are rehashing old videos, some of them, and some of them are mixed in with new. So, yeah, it's I don't think they're doing it just for the algorithms. Right now, the white supremacists are getting very bold. And there's going to be bold reactions to it. So, yeah, they're doing real bold shit in real life now, which is good. I don't mind it. I don't mind open white supremacy. Right. That gets foundational Black Americans on code. So, how do you feel about all of this open racism coming from the white supremacists?
I mean, people around me don't use Twitter, right? So I ask people, they have no clue what I'm talking about. So in a way, this is just this is really focused. It's really concentrated on Twitter. I don't think a lot of these.
No. When you have people raising $500,000 on GoFundMe, this ain't just on Twitter, buddy.
Right.
Yeah, this ain't just on Twitter. Yeah, it's.
But even that, it's questionable. It's like, okay, this Piers Morgan, Mark Lamont, he's a professor, right, at UPenn?
I think he is. I think Mark is. Yeah.
You have a professor at UPenn. I think he does social work. He's not he actually does shit. He contributes to society. He does something good. And then you have these grifters. All these people are grifters, right? They're just
who's grifters? Who?
Everyone that wasn't Mark Lamont Hill.
Oh, okay.
They're all grifters.
Right? Yeah. No, I agree with that. Well,
You're trying to get this woman to just say it. Say the word. Say the word for views. Yeah. Right. This is a professor. What the fuck is he doing sitting with these? This is a professor. He's not a grifter.
Yeah, but I guess they put him on there. You got to have opposing views, and that makes the conversation more interesting when people from different sides of the fence can get together and share their opposing views. So I guess that's what that was about. But
right, but I'm waiting for a GoFundMe now for the woman just to somehow make $500,000, and this is cool. This is like, oh yeah, this is a good thing to support. This is great.
Okay. All right, AJ. Thank you, AJ. I don't know what AJ is talking about. I don't know what AJ is talking about, to be honest. All right, let me get Zach, the foundational Somali. Zach said he's a foundational Somali. All right.
Oh, we need some straightening, Tariq.
You what?
We need some straightening.
You need some straightening?
I think
we gotta get some straightening for you. You are totally blasphemous. You need some straightening.
Okay, how you gonna get some straightening? What, you gonna straighten some injera bread? What are you gonna straighten?
Nah. We need to dive deep.
You gonna straighten that tapeworm you pull out your damn stomach?
Let's slow down. Slow down. We need some straightening. Let's just slow down. Let's have a conversation.
You gonna straighten a bayang over that big forehead. That's what you need to straighten.
Sir, we're gonna have some straightening.
Now, first up, before we do some straightening, now describe. Now, you're a foundation. You're foundational Somali FSA.
So, sir,
Why do you have Somali? No, slow down. Why do you have Somali FBA? That's a contradiction.
Right.
The hell
Right.
is a
We're gonna get some
Somali
training
All
right
right,
now.
you
We're
just
gonna
said
figure
that a
this all
million
out.
times. How are you a Somali FBA?
Sir, we're gonna get some training. Let's slow down.
Somalia.
You better explain that, and you got 2 seconds.
Sir,
I had a best friend in high school that was Somalian. He was real
FBSA,
cool.
foundational
His name was
Somali Black American, but we're gonna get some training tonight.
No. It's foundational to what?
Prison.
Foundational to here.
No, you're not.
My
You
lineage.
immigrated here.
No, my lineage is tied down to here.
No, it's
just
not.
like your lineage.
No, it's not. How is your lineage tied here? And you immigrated.
Yep, Starving Marvin.
Sir, I never immigrated. I was born.
You're an anchor baby. You're still an immigrant. You're an anchor baby.
Sir, we're about to get some training.
No,
I'm about to break it all down.
The only thing was straightening was your umbilical cord that they anchored your ass here with. They straightened that cord out.
Slow down. We're gonna get some training right now.
And then they wiped the damn baklava off your umbilical cord. But sir, you're not. I just don't like you using the term Somali FBA.
Let's slow down,
Listen,
sir. We're gonna get some straightening. Cause you need some straightening, sir. We're gonna get you some
Are
straightening.
you high off cat? What you're saying the same thing over and over. You're high off that cat.
Sir, let's slow it down. Let's slow it down.
Sir, the only thing that's slow is your metabolism.
Yeah,
that's very slow. That's already slowed down.
Sir.
Because you started to eat regularly. and you ain't eating Red Cross rice no more, nigga. So you slow that down. All right.
Nah, slow it down.
All right. Thank you. Let me go smoke people in here. All right. Some damn Somali FBA. The hell out of here.
Yeah.
All right. Oh goodness. All right. Come on, folks. Let's get some folks in here. Dev.
Yeah.
Dev, let's get Dev in here. Dev, what's happening?
Say what I want to say. Well, bitch, when your face get names and your teeth.
Hello.
What's up, Dev?
I don't want to hear it.
Tariq, what's happening? How you doing?
I'm good, brother. What's going on with you, Mr. Dev?
Not much, but I wanted to tap in on what was going on with Myra today. So, you remember that girl, like not too long ago, who said basically she got famous for saying the N-word?
Yeah.
Yeah. So she was on the panel, and Pierce Morgan was talking to her, and Myra and Mark Lamont Hill was kind of like explaining why the situation was bad.
Yeah, I remember that.
Kind of going when they were comparing the Carmelo Anthony situation, right? Basically, he was saying that Mark was saying that Carmelo Anthony, they're basically raising money for his defense, because he's not guilty of charges. Like, hey, innocent until proven guilty. Right? And they're raising money for the lady, but all they're raising money for is just that, they said the N-word.
Right. Literally no other reason, just rewarding her for being a racist. That's literally it.
Exactly. And then what happened was the lady, the girl Lily Gaddis, that's her name, she said the N-word, and she said to Pierce, I say it all the time, and basically, just getting real bold with it, like you were just talking about, like, hey, these white supremacists are getting bold, and Pierce couldn't even, because, people suspect Pierce might be a suspected white supremacist too, but
which he is.
He couldn't even really defend. So he's like, man, I can't even kind of spin it.
But
he had to get
Pierce know what he was doing. That's why he put her up there, though. You understand?
Yeah.
That's why he ain't slick. They get up there and play. Oh my God, she's saying N-word. Oh wow.
Yes, sir.
Ooh, clutch the pearls. Yeah, you put her up there for that.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But here's the last thing. Basically, where Myron came in was that he was basically trying to do his whole spiel is like, hey man, I'm gonna get in there and defend these, start tap dancing and everything, and he was trying to equate the two situations. Like, yeah, man, you listen to me, people like Tariq Nasheed and everybody, they could get on here and do Black Lives Matter, but when you do a Life Lives Matter, and Mark Lamont Hill broke that down. It's like, it's not the same thing. When somebody says Black Power, you know what they're trying to do. You're trying to, empowerment for the things that we've gone through, things that foundational Black Americans have gone through, and then as opposed to white power, when white power, what's something that's basically what I was trying to say.
Thank you so much. Yeah, when they say white power, that follows by some kind of violence they're going to ensue. They're going to start harming
here on your left.
Yeah, when they start talking about white power, the minute you hear white power, some bad shit immediately happens.
Where do you come from all the time?
Candace, what's up, Candace? Miss Candace, you want to unmute your microphone?
Well, I didn't remember what the white lady said.
Miss Candace.
Be able to say the N word. I should be.
Miss Candace didn't want to. There might have been a dude.
Feel guilty.
Might have been a dude.
Say.
All right, let's get
Okay, like I said,
Descendant.
Have dinner on
Let's
work.
get Descendant in here. Descendant, hop on in.
Readjusted and
Mr. Descendant, hop on in the building.
Off the flow. You gotta pick your teeth off the flow. You know what I'm saying?
Unmute your microphone, Descendant. That would be great if you can unmute that microphone.
My boy.
What's up, this?
I can't believe you did it. Like, let's talk about it.
Yeah,
like, this shit is so racist. Like, we don't have to do that. Right?
I got nothing and
everything is racist.
Plenty for me, Mac 25.
We've had these conversations, like, I feel like 3 times. You don't have to do it.
We don't have to do what? Okay, you got to start over. You got to put everything. You got to put everything in context. What are you saying now?
I understand that everything is completely right. Like, I'm white, you're black. We could go back to like lineages a million years. But the divide is the fact that everybody thinks, like, I'm white. I don't care about any of the shit you just talked about. Like the stupid girl, who gives a f? She's stupid as f. She got $1 million, and I'm pissed about it myself. That is crazy. It's absolutely.
No, I care. No, that's significant because you got that money for denigrating a damn black child. So yeah, that's significant. So yeah, if that's the hold on.
Okay, so let's change.
Oh no, because you can slow down.
Let's change the wording.
Man, if you don't slow your ass down,
I do care.
Slow down.
I am. I'm talking.
Okay. I'll push that mute button on your red ass. All right. You're not going to talk over me now. I'm telling you to slow down. You got to unpack what you're saying, man. All right. Let's get that shit straight. All right. Let's get that straight.
Right.
All right. When I say slow your ass down, that means you put the brakes on. You don't put it in neutral and just coast. Put the brakes on it. Now, I care about these white supremacists raising money for denigrating black children because that sets a dangerous precedent and that emboldens other white supremacists. And I am a black father with black children. So yeah, you can dismiss it because you ain't got black children. I do. And we do over here. So that's why we don't dismiss it like that. Now, you can speak, sir. Go ahead.
Bitch, please.
Hop on.
What is that? It's called race and white supremacy.
All right. Since it's taking you a minute to get your microphone back up, I'm going to get Miss Thunder in here. Thunder, hop on.
No, actually, no.
You here? Okay. Oh, well, Miss Thunder, you have to wait. Descendant is back.
Apparently, when the screen closes, it is what. But no, I agree with you. That is absolutely insane. Like, let's get a baseline. That's crazy, right? Nobody agrees with that. That is batshit crazy. But also, I don't think it's as divided as you're making it. That's why I keep popping on here. I'm like, dude, I work with like gangster rappers on a daily. I don't think that like there is as large as a divide as we're making it. Like, we're cool.
Just the fact that
nobody really cares.
The fact that you are
I agree with I agree with 90%.
The fact that your interaction with black society is gangster rappers, and that's all you know about black society. That, sir, is a problem. You see what I'm saying? When y'all run around here talking about, ain't no racial divide, ain't no this, ain't no that. Oh, I got gangster rap friends. The only black people you interact with is when it's on a low level, semi-degenerate vibe. That kind of proves our point, sir. The only entry into black society you have is decadence. It's something that's degenerate, low-key. And I'm not saying all gangster rappers are degenerate, but that's your liaison into black society. See, this is why people who are in the dominant white society cannot speak on black issues You don't know the nuances of our culture.
I know.
You only know the stereotypical elements of it, and that's it.
In a world of chaos, confusion, and injustice, Radical Hope in the 21st Century by Raheem Shabazz. It's the blueprint for Black liberation and elevation and transformation.
Beautiful.
This is more than a book. This is a movement, a call to arms for thinkers, builders, and freedom fighters ready to shape a new future, unapologetically pro-Black, unshakably rooted in the truth. Get your copy now at necessaryblackness.com. That's Necessary Black.
That's how his Twitter Spaces be. He get some weird ass motherfuckers on there. All right, ladies, hey, what's your thoughts? Sambos or Tethers? Which one's worse?
Well, first I was going to say Sambos. That was my answer.
Yeah, that was the bad one at Uncle Tom's Cabin. Uncle Tom was the good one. Sambo was the bad one.
I was going to say Sambos, my initial answer. I mean, it's equally bad, but that's what I said.
But we know our Sambos. We checked them.
You said Tethers. Then there's, like in my brain, there's classification. And
we check our Jesse Lee Petersons and our Thomas Souls and who else? What other raccoons? Our Tommy Sotomoistures.
The ones we have here that we keep checking.
Oh, Jeff Farts.
They're strong force.
Our Jeff Farts. Our Jeff Campbells.
They won't stop either.
What is up with the Jeffs? Why does everybody got Jeff name a freaking raccoon out here?
Because their name is Jeff. That's why. Jeff. Sounds like a white man. If you didn't know who it was, you would think he was white. You would say Mr. Jeff Hart. Who's that? White man? Sounds like it. You act like it. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Jay's on right now. He's gonna come over when he done. Yeah, I think it's the Tethers. I gotta agree with Tariq because we know the Sambos. Every one of us know who a goddamn Sambo is in our town and our state. The goddamn Tethers though, them motherfuckers, they just be coming out the woodwork like roaches. And if that fantasy of Pan-Africanism can ever come true, we got to get rid of the goddamn Tethers. They got to go. The Myron Gaines, the Joyless Reeds, the academics, scamademics. Is Charlemagne a coon?
Yes.
He's a coon, but is he a tether?
He's definitely not foundation.
Yeah, the Joe Buttons. You know Joe Button against reparations. I meant to put that in the goddamn description. I guess we go over that tomorrow. I meant to go over that today, but yeah, he said he was against reparations. Fuck you, Joe Button. You only had one hot album any goddamn way, and that was 20 years ago. What was that stupid song called? What was that song? What is that song that he had? Mama, do your thing. Mama, do your thing.
I thought he was really cool.
I forgot what the name of the damn song was called. But yeah, he only had like one hit album, one hit record. So fuck you, Joe Button. You're a tether too. Buster Lies, Fat Joke, Olympic Joe. Even KRS-One. I couldn't believe KRS-One. Oh, a bunch of goddamn tethers.
Mm-hmm.
That's the worst part. So, damn, you be like, you grew up on these people's music. You be like, yeah, they got good music, blah blah blah, and they come out to be a bunch of fucking tethers. Mm-hmm. Okay, so I'm gonna move to the next topic, and that is our brother Rodney, who was named after my biological daddy, Rodney. Rodney Calvert, though, is his name. But this guy, his name is Rodney Hines Jr. Shout out to him. Why one man has the whole system shook.
Oh.
It's another Twitter space from Tariq. The most
back
cracking
so you guys can hear.
Twitter spaces on Twitter. He averaged like 1,500 to 1,000, 2,000 people when he swore. So the system was sick over one man.
Hear me? Can y'all give me a thumbs up? Let me know if you guys can hear me. I don't know what happened here, so we're back. Everybody give us a retweet. Let everybody. Little old me, Shane, YGLT, Miss Skyline, Deneen. Come on, I see everybody up in here.
Yeah.
Nikki the God, Professor Alon, Wani, Brother McCall, FBA Furball, Bushmeat Barrister in the building. Oh, I see everybody.
Oh my God, that Bushmeat Barrister.
So glad to have everybody back.
That's a
and
for real.
If my sound goes out, I'll come back on. It happens. Like when I'm out of town, sometimes the playback gets a little janky, but I'm here nevertheless. You know, another thing we got to talk about that I've been seeing, family, the situation up in Ohio. Everybody's still talking about that with the Hinton family and the father putting in some work, defending his son. That situation still has a lot of people shook. It has a lot of people in the dominant society shook because so many people are supporting the father, and the police, they keep showing up to the bail hearings and all of that. They're showing up in a lot of force, trying to look as intimidating as they can, and it's not working. Some of the family members in there arguing with the police and the whole nine. So this thing is really backfiring on them. It's not working out like they think it is.
You ain't no damn 6'1".
And I want you to understand something. When you have to try to make this big show of force like that, that is a sign of weakness. Let's look at this thing from a militaristic standpoint, from a military science standpoint. When an empire has to make a big performative show of force towards a small marginalized group, that shows major insecurities with the empire. You understand? That's not a good look for them because they're trying to do a psyop. They're trying to do a psyop. When you can't use persuasion to control people and you try to control them with fear, because that's what that's about. That's them trying to control us through fear. And it's not working like they think it's working.
How the hell is he 6'1" and I'm 6'3"?
It's not working out like they think it's working out. So we got to understand how power is. And they're trying to rely on hard power. And that's not going to work. When you have the empire trying to use that kind of force, that shows that the marginalized group is somewhat of a militaristic threat. You see? I want y'all to understand this. They look at us as a real threat.
Oh, yeah.
Because the thing is, okay, can y'all hear me? I can't. God damn it. Hold on. Let me know if y'all can hear me, because I'm... Can y'all hear me? Give me a thumbs up if you can hear me.
Just skip over my shit.
If you guys can hear me, give me a thumbs up. If you can hear me, give me a thumbs up, because it keeps saying that my connection is lost. Can y'all hear me? Thumbs up? Okay, good. Because it was doing that last time. It was saying connection lost, and then it got back on. Okay, hold on. I'm getting some thumbs down from Giancarlo. Let's get Giancarlo in. Let me hear from Giancarlo, the failed flea tether. Giancarlo, what's going on, man? Giancarlo, unmute your microphone, please.
Yes, Tariq. Listen, sir, I think we're coming to the end of this story here, the American story. When Trump balances the the homes where you guys live, I forgot what it is, Project 8, right? Section 8. Once we balance this budget out, there's a lot of things that are gonna get fixed, Terry. It's just the reality of it. It's not the empire collapsing. It's that we're not gonna hold on to things that are dead weight anymore.
You mean like you immigrants coming over here getting all the Section 8? Right?
Yeah, we could say that.
Yeah. So what are you going to do? So what do you? So what?
There's a lot of Haitians in New York City.
So what are you Latino immigrants going to do without these government handouts to you? Right. What are you going to do without them government handouts?
Tariq, we're not enemies. I want you to understand that.
I'm asking. Okay, come on. I don't want
African Americans are not enemies.
Okay, when I ask you a question, that's not your cue to change the subject and start trying to get into some goofball trolling. What are you going to do when those government benefits dry up? Because you're going to be the main one suffering, because now you got to stay in your homeland and build it. Now, what do you plan on doing? Come on, Jen. Come on. Talk, man. Come on. Yeah. And stop trying to come up with troll material to deflect.
Bro, I'm listening to your economic plan. Like, you already have this planned out. Like, what are you guys gonna do with your budgets? What are you gonna do with this or that? I'm sorry, you should be balancing out your $1 trillion economy that the Black Americans have. I'm baffled, honestly, by your response.
Okay, thank you. You're just babbling. You're trying to be witty, and you're not, because you were fleeing Tether. So you're not witty, and your trolling is just lame. All right. So I thought you had some real oppositional points, and you didn't. You didn't have any counterpoints. You just kind of wanted to be acknowledged, because nobody acknowledges refugees like that. So you just wanted acknowledgement, sir. So if you want to get acknowledged, go down to Chipotle and take people's orders, sir. They'll acknowledge you. But like I said, a lot of these people, the dominant society, these people in law enforcement, they are showing insecurity by trying to use these intimidation tactics. Yeah. See, excessive force, that signals insecurity. That's not strength. Exactly. See, empires who are confident in their legitimacy, they don't feel threatened by marginalized groups. You see, when America uses the National Guard and all that on protesters and all of that, that's an insecurity. And they always use that heavy militarized force against us. And understand that militarization against marginalized groups, that drains a lot of resources. See, a true threat to another empire is another empire, not the civilians. Why are the civilians such a threat? What do they know about us that we don't know? Right. The hell they know about? You see, when disproportionate force is used on a marginalized group, that reveals that the state is diverting resources to suppress an internal truth. Damn, he already got 1,200. And suppressing the truth requires force when morality fails. See, a lot of these resistant movements that we have, these were about truth, and the state's violent response to that was about silencing the truth. You understand? And repression at home, that mirrors an empirical decline. See, historically, when empires are on the decline, like Rome, the Ottoman Empire, they turn inward with force. So America's use of force against us, see, that's a problem. See, that's an empire that can't maintain the illusion of unity without coercion. That's a very bad look. And police militarization, see, that's an acknowledgement of civil illegitimacy. See, when they turn, notice they started turning the police agencies into these quasi-militarized units with tanks and tactical gear and drones. That's a very bad look. That shows that the public does not trust you, so now you have to force the public in order to be obedient. So the need to intimidate reflects lost influence. That means your lies aren't working no more. Your scams ain't working. Because see, white supremacy is all about lies. White supremacy, they're so used to lying, they just got lazy with their lies. They just got used to saying, hey, we killed this person and he was high on fentanyl. So yeah, we killed that person and yeah, he was having a heart attack while we were choking him. So yeah, we're not guilty. They're so used to doing things to us and then lying about it without consequence. Now that they see that there are consequences out here that's going to go outside of the system, now they're getting shook. Now they're trying to be intimidating because they don't have no more influence. People ain't going for the lies no more. That Cincinnati case, boy, that has these people shook. I'm telling you, this really has them shook. Because people getting into asymmetrical warfare, they can't handle that. They're not designed for that. You see? They're not designed for that at all. So this is why these people are shook. This is why they're trying to do a big psych ops on us by showing all of this force against that family and that dad. But another thing that we've been seeing, and this is what I don't like, the Tethers, they've been using this as an opportunity to do a lot of performing. Boy, the Tethers have been showing out for white mommy, white daddy on social media. The Tethers, they've been making videos denigrating the black father. Oh, there's a gazillion TikTok videos of these musty Tethers trying to get them some butter injera. But listen, why are these people playing this game? Why are they doing all of these performative condemnation videos? Because these Tethers, it's like a theme. It's like, yeah, I want to talk about the video. I want to talk about what's going on in Ohio. See, this is why black culture ain't shit. The black community is a lot of that. This man had a son who was a criminal, and he went out and killed an innocent person who didn't have nothing to do with it. He should have had better raised his son. And we're seeing a lot of that, and all of them are Tethers doing this. When we look at the people, look at their background, it's all Tethers doing it. Why are these Tethers going out of their way to do this? Which is they do stuff like this all the time. Tethers, they desire for assimilation into whiteness. They think that assimilating into white society, that's going to be a path to safety and stability and success. So condemning foundational Black American resistance to police violence, they're trying to show, well, look, I'm different. And I'm more civilized than them FBAs. And also, they have a fear of being racially profiled by association.
I like them, boss.
See, they think if they get too close to aligning with Black American resistance, they'll get lumped into the angry Black American stereotype. So they do this performative public distancing so that they can avoid collective punishment or suspicion from white society. See, and we got to be real. These immigrant communities performing gratitude and docility, that's a way for them to curry favor for white employers, law enforcement institutions. So when they publicly condemn foundational Black Americans, they think that's giving them social points with white audiences. Family, did y'all see that video that I put up?
Yeah.
Of the police arresting this Jamaican woman. I know y'all seen it because it went viral. And boy, this is a cold piece. They were arresting her. She's in handcuffs. And she's on the ground talking about, oh, please don't kill me. I'm Jamaican. I'm not Black American. Don't kill me. Please don't kill me. Go kill a Black American.
Ooh.
But don't kill me.
Ooh.
She said, go and kill a Black American. And the cop was like, ma'am, you're not going to get harmed.
Right.
But look, I want y'all to unpack that.
Ooh.
I'm Jamaican. Don't hurt me. Go kill a Black American.
Ooh.
Who the thinks like that? Why would she say that?
Right.
Do we say shit like that?
Just when it's going.
We don't say stuff like, we don't, look, go kill an immigrant. Don't kill. We don't. Our mindset don't even go there. We've been telling y'all this is how these Tethers act. The Tethers love running up to us talking about, well, you are talking about you are FBAs. When the police pull us over, they don't ask if you are Jamaican, African, or FBA. They just treat us all the same. Let me tell you something about that bullshit ass narrative. That's cap. That's cap. You know why? Because the Tether class go out of their way when they interact with the police to let the police know that they are not us. What that woman did in the video ain't new. Tethers always do
not like us.
When they get around police, they make it a point to let them know, hey, hello, man. They start talking with that accent. Bomba clad. Hello, brother. Hello, white brother. I'm not one of these niggas. I'm not a Nakata. They start performing for white people. They perform for white cops. They let these white cops know they ain't us. You understand?
They're not like us.
They let them know.
Yes. They're not like
so they get to perform and don't let them run that game. But listen, there's an internalized anti-Black sentiment with these folks. So they come in with these anti-FBA beliefs, and it ain't the media. They love talking about, the media made me hate you, nigga. No, it wasn't that. No, they came over with that. It wasn't no damn media, because it's jealousy. It's jealousy towards foundational Black American cultural dominance. We control the pulse of Black culture, everything. And, you know, they have to hijack or try to redefine what we do. And these folks have a detachment from the legacy of what we do in our resistance. It's just not in their spirit to resist like that. These people come from these places where their mindset is rooted in colonial Christianity, where they just broke them psychologically, where they made them see obedience to authority and condemning rebellion. They make it seem like that's some kind of moral superiority. That's why their homelands are stable, because nobody's fighting for shit. You're not fighting no system. So the fact that they come over here and we're fighting a system, that's foreign to them. You see? So this is why we're seeing a lot of these performative videos from these Tethers. Let me get some folks in here. And then we got it. Speaking of Tether, we got Bushmeat, and I don't want to talk to him. No. Let me get Brother Average in here. Let's get Average.
Right.
Let's get Average in here. Average FBA in the building. What's up, Average?
Doing?
I'm good. How you doing, fam?
I'm good. Thank you for asking. Yeah, that's very telling. This is what they do. You know, when I was in another career, I'll say, they would. I was told by one of the higher ups how they would go out of their way to not just distinguish themselves from us, but they would talk about different traits that they had that were better than us. Be very critical.
Oh,
yeah,
damn.
Yeah. It's a white man telling me this. He had married into the family of one of them. And he was telling me this, and he was like, I can't understand why they were saying it about y'all. He was like shocked. But, you know, and then they had this weird coldness about him. Now, when I got promoted, they started skinning and grinning. I hated it because it was such a difference in traits. Funniest thing was we had a camera where we would catch people sleeping, right? And we would laugh at some of the pictures. Well, the two men in their family were caught on camera sleeping. They was telling how they worked so damn hard, and they was caught on camera sleeping. Oh, we work much harder than those Black Americans and all, and it's bull. So they go out of their way to distinguish themselves. Meanwhile, what they don't understand is a lot of times they're looked at as useful tools, but also less civilized useful tools, because a lot of white Americans look at them as having a lesser IQ than Black Americans and being less civilized, even cannibals oftentimes. So it's like you saying this, you're doing yourself a disservice oftentimes in the eyes of white people. So you might want to chill on that. So that's all I got to say.
Thank you so much, brother. Yeah, man, I saw my brother Randy Short sent me something where this nurse in Baltimore, this Nigerian nurse, got sentenced because she was over there at a nursing home abusing elderly FBAs. She had a history of it. I think she was going to different damn nursing homes because she'd get fired from one and then I guess change her name or something. But she kept getting jobs at these nursing homes, and there was complaints about this broad. This Nigerian lady beating the brakes off elderly FBA. See, that's another thing we got to watch, man.
That's a big problem.
We better really, really understand some of the hatred that these folks have, man, and what they do when they get in certain positions where we're vulnerable. You understand? Because see, the average tether, they can't run up on able-bodied FBAs, right? Unless they're working in law enforcement, just like we saw down in Memphis, those quote Black police officers got acquitted by an all-white jury for abusing a foundational Black American man, and we know at least one of those cops was a damn tether. I think all of them were, to be honest.
They were all tethers,
but we know for a fact one of them is a Jamaican tether. So yeah, the white supremacists in the tether class, they try to get this little relationship and this little camaraderie with each other against us. The tethers are aware of this.
Okay, then do it. But
they are fully aware of this. We better understand why delineation was not just necessary; it was essential.
It's almost midnight, so yeah.
We should have been delineating a long time ago, man. Because when we're dealing with folks, man, we're sitting up here thinking that these are our brothers, and there's some people who are cool, but we got to understand certain people from different cultures who are melanated. These people don't have the same mindset as us, and they look at us as another hostile tribe. They have this. They got the same mindset that they had 500 years ago when they were selling niggas. That mindset didn't change.
That was a low blow, dude.
We better understand what's going on and not let people run these mind games on us.
Right.
Like Bushmeat Barrister.
Oh, God. Don't get him.
No, yeah. It's a perfect example. You see how resentful Bushmeat Barrister is of FBAs and how this dude kissed white ass all the time. What's up, Bushmeat?
Hey, did you watch that viral video of FBA woman mocking a passenger for Frontier Airlines? Are you familiar with that viral video?
Yeah, they got. I didn't see it, but I heard about it, and I heard they got fired.
Yeah, they actually got fired. Do you think that's a representation of Black women, specifically, Black American women in America? You know, that type of attitude.
How many Black American women do that at the jobs?
The vast majority. As Myron pointed out, there was a survey.
The mass majority of Black women don't do no shit like
Yes, they do. Yes, they do. There's a stereotype.
No, they don't.
There's a stereotype out there where Black women.
There's a stereotype of your village, sir. There's a stereotype of flies and hunger. So are we going with stereotypes?
Well, I just say that's a bad representation of FBA women out there. They're very loud, very obnoxious.
You running around your village with flies and hunger, is that a good representation?
Nope. I'm not sure where you're getting the data and stats that people in Africa live in hunger and flies, but you're constantly deflecting.
Well, you were over here for a reason, and you're eating good. You ain't over there in that village.
I've never been there.
It's something. And that further proves that you don't want to be nowhere near the hunger and the flies.
Well, I don't want to be nowhere. I don't want to be nowhere around Black women because
you don't want to be nowhere around your damn musty village. Thank you for the call. I don't want to hear all that. This is a perfect example of why we delineate. I just brought him up here for a quick second. I just wanted to show y'all in real time why we gotta delineate from these musty, jealous ass tethers.
Right.
I need some more work, baby, tonight. I need some room work on me tonight. I need some room work, baby, tonight.
Yeah, nice.
I need some room work on me tonight. Yeah, yeah. I need some room work on me tonight.
What's me, Bears?
I need some room work, baby, tonight. I need some room work on me tonight. Yeah, yeah. I need some room work.
This is stupid. All right, Letty Che, what are your thoughts on brother Rodney Henson? Got the whole system shook. It's the brother that ran over the police officer that didn't kill his son, but was on the same force as the police officer that killed his son.
That's a mighty show, of course, with all the police. Just imagine if it was what it was like there. Imagine what it's like in jail for him.
Right. Yeah, it looked like they beat him up.
And he's in jail. It's not one-on-one.
No, they jumping him.
Anything, you don't even have to answer. You just look at him and then it's automatic threat.
Like they jumped our brother, Robert Brooks Jr.
Yeah, so I think that I appreciate how he held his head up.
Yeah.
Every time we see him, that's how it's gonna be.
Hey, Shabaka's in the building.
Every time we see him, that's how it's gonna be now.
Shabaka, I sent you the link if you want to join us.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So it's gonna be like that every time we see him in court. Every time we see him out there, it will be.
We just got done going over the Sambos and the Tethers. Which one is worse, the Sambos or the Tethers? Continue your thought, Lady Che.
I did.
And what's more dangerous, the Sambos or the Tethers? He said he's at work. Okay. Well, thank you for coming, tapping in. I agree with Tariq. I think the Tethers are worse because they're more hitting. We know our goddamn Sambos. We know our Jesse Lee Petersons. We know our Larry Elders. We know our Tommy Sotomayor's. We know our damn any raccoon you can insert. We know them. The difference is we don't know these Tethers per se because they come out the woodwork like roaches, like I said earlier. So they need to be checked and need to be dealt with accordingly. Why is the system okay? That's my thoughts. All right, so moving along. Why is the system shook over? Okay, we did that already. Kim Porter charged with second-degree manslaughter. I would love to see the elders here. Yeah, we would love to see you here too. All right. Did I cover this last night? It's so cute. So the killer of Dante Wright, who got the young brother that got killed in Minneapolis a year after George Floyd got killed, his murderer has been charged with second-degree manslaughter. So Lisa Cabrera is going to give us an update on that.
Ladies and gentlemen, ex-police officer Kim Potter has been charged with second-degree manslaughter in Dante Wright's case. And, you know, she was there 26 years, and, you know, she shot an autistic man back in 2019, did the same thing. Oh, a taser. Who the hell just stands there yelling multiple times, taser, taser, taser? and then you got a handgun and you just kill the person. And she really should have been let go then. If you're going to make a mistake for a gun over a taser, then you have no business being on the police squad. But see, I think the reason why she did it, y'all, she got away with it back in 2019. They let her stay on the force. And then she tried to pull the same thing again with Daunte Wright, and she got busted this time. So she no longer is a cop, and she is charged with second-degree manslaughter. And you can best believe the police union is still going to back her up, probably just like Derek Chauvin will pay the legal defense and anything she needs during her upcoming trial. So she's a 26-year veteran that don't know the difference between a gun and a taser, which I believe she does. Like I said, it was just a way to get away with killing somebody and then claiming it's a mistake.
That's right.
When it was intentional all along.
It was intentional.
The former Minnesota police officer who was captured on camera fatally shooting Daunte Wright during a traffic stop was arrested in connection with Wright's death, authorities said Wednesday. So, you know, it's probably the Amber Geiger thing. She gets arrested an hour later. She's free again.
Oh, my God. And there's the judge hugger.
Kim Potter, a 26-year veteran of the Brooklyn Center Police Department, was taken into custody about 11:30 a.m. at the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension in St. Paul, officials said. She will be charged with second-degree manslaughter in connection with Wright's death. Washington County Attorney Pete Orput announced. Wright, who is Black, died of a gunshot wound to the chest, according to the Hennepin County Medical Examiner's Office, which classified the manner of death as a homicide. Potter and the Brooklyn Center Police Chief Tim Gannon turned in their badges Tuesday in wake of Wright's death, which occurred just 14 miles north of where George Floyd was killed last year. The day before he resigned, Gannon told reporters that he believed the officer meant to draw a taser. So he's just buying into her story, which is a lie as far as I'm concerned. But drew their handgun instead of their taser. Now, a handgun does not feel like a taser. A taser is way lighter than a handgun. In a short clip of the body camera video released Monday showed Wright trying to get back in his car as a female voice could be heard shouting, "Taser, taser." But she did this with the autistic man back in 2019. She did the same thing. Taser, taser, taser. The same female voice could later be heard saying, "Holy S, I just shot him," as the car pulls away, police said. So he went a short distance before it was over. He was shot in the chest. His mother, Katie Wright, said she could hear officers telling her son to exit the car when he called her during the stop. Daunte asked for what? The police officer said, "I'll explain to you when you get out of the car." He said, "Am I in trouble?" He said, "Well, I will explain all of that when you step out of the car," Katie Wright said. So this is what his mother was hearing on the phone. Okay, so the phone hung up, and minutes later, she reconnected in a video. I mean, what a shame. I mean, that must be horrible for a mother to hear. You're actually hearing your son last moments, and hearing the cops scuffling with him and ultimately kills him. So you're hearing the murder of your own child. So the phone hung up, and minutes later, it reconnected in a video call, and her son's passenger picked up. telling her that Wright had been shot. She pointed the camera towards the driver's seat, and my son was laying there unresponsive, Katie Wright said. That was the last time that I seen my son. That was the last time I heard from my son. And I have had no explanation since. Yeah, because they need time to come up with a lie. Wright's family attorney, Benjamin Crump, Jeff Storms, and Anthony Romanucci said in a statement that the district attorney's charging decision was only a step in the right direction. While we appreciate the district attorney is pursuing justice for Dante, no conviction can give the Wright family their loved one back. They said in a statement, this was no accident. And that's what I'm saying. And I do agree with that. I don't like Benjamin Crump, but I do agree that this was no accident. This was an intentional, deliberate, and unlawful use of force. Exactly. And that's because, you know, they get away with it and they see each other getting away with it. So, of course, it's going to always inspire them to keep doing it, keep killing us, because they see how cop after cop is getting off for these shootings. A 26-year veteran of the force knows the difference between a taser and a firearm. Exactly. Kim Potter executed Dante, and she did.
Like Shabaka always says,
for what amounts to no more than a minor traffic infraction and a misdemeanor warrant. Wow. So, yeah, I definitely believe, you know, this woman should have never been on the force. As far as I'm concerned, back in 2019, when she did the first taser act, trying to act like it was a mistake and having the officers that she was training to switch their cameras off, you know, that was intentional too. They need to reopen that case. A badge should never be a shield to accountability. Dante Wright was brutally killed by a police officer, and justice must prevail. Wright's death at the hands of a white police officer raised the already high tensions in Minnesotans. As former Minneapolis police officer Derek Chauvin is on trial for killing Floyd.
And as he should be.
Yeah, and we saw, and they're trying to take us for fools, talking about he died of fentanyl.
He should be.
Well, I'm glad those 3 medical examiners debunked that.
Exactly.
All of that was thrown out the window.
Remember, SARS was trying to hit us with that nonsense.
Okay, so we know Floyd's death sparked protest, and you know, we know about that. They seem to put that in every article, y'all. Pardon the high IQ. Minnesota has been the national focal point for several shootings in recent years. In April of 2019, former Minneapolis police officer Muhammad Noor was convicted of third-degree murder and second-degree manslaughter for the slaying of Justine Rustic, Diamond White. Yeah, but she, you know, you put the officer in jail. What did he get? 12 years? You put him in jail. But he was a black officer, so you didn't care about throwing him in jail.
No cares at all.
Okay, so then there was Damon called the police because she heard some noise that she was saying. I think it was like a possible rape or something was going on, and she approached the police car, and Muhammad Noor shot her.
Mm-hmm.
And then we can never forget Philando Castile, who was shot by Geronimo Yanez, you know, for absolutely no reason. He asked him for ID. He was trying to get his ID and his information, and he was a legal gun carrier. He tried to let him know that, and he shot him anyway and got completely off from doing it. So when cops see other cops getting off, yeah, they're going to take a chance and try to kill one of us too.
Yeah. And don't forget the Asians, how they was rallying.
But this one, she's trying to kill black people and then claim every one of these shootings are accidents. Get the hell out of here with that lame behind mess. So, okay. So earlier, 2 white police officers involved in a fatal shooting of a 24-year-old black man, Jamar Clark, were not charged in connection to his death. The encounter happened the fall of 2015. Police said Clark was suspected of assaulting his girlfriend and then interfered with paramedics who were treating her. Officers insisted Clark was reaching for their weapons. They always come up with, we're reaching for your weapons. They touched your waist. You thought they had a gun, yada, yada, yada. How come y'all don't never say this when you are around white suspects?
Right.
You don't say none of these things.
None of that.
None of it. That's right, Loretta. They don't say none of these things when the suspect is white. We always consistently hear these words when the person is black. He was reaching for their weapons during a struggle, while critics of the decision not to file charges said the man was unarmed. And that's usually how it is. It's unarmed and they're no threat, but they try to insist the person was a threat. That's usually the normal protocol in America. But y'all, please tell me what you think about this woman getting second-degree manslaughter charges. I personally don't think it's going to amount to nothing, because they're going to make sure she gets all the protection she needs, even though she doesn't deserve any. But that's how it is in America. But y'all, please tell me what you think. Please leave your comment and subscribe. Don't forget to hit on the notification bell, and I'll see you on the next video.
Thank you, Lisa. And make sure y'all do the same for Frontline Black News. All right, Lady Che, what are your thoughts on Kim Potter charged with second-degree murder or manslaughter? It should have been murder. Manslaughter in the murder of our brother Dante Wright in Minneapolis, literally a year after George Floyd got killed.
I agree with her. It's not really, we could less charge, and it's wrong, but I was surprised it took this long.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, 4 years. It took them 4 years to charge this, bro. This shit happened back in 2021. We covered this in our first season. The first season of Frontline Black News. We covered this. Wow.
Right.
So you see how slow the justice, it's just us system works in regards to them. With us, it's very swift. Notice that.
Mm-hmm.
It took 4 years for this case to go to trial. In a blue city. That just lets you know.
It just took a long time. And then too, nobody ever, it's kind of hard with it. It's not be, when they finally come up for trial, we don't hear about it until after the fucking shit.
Yeah, like they just now go on a trial with the motherfucker that killed all the black people in Buffalo.
Yeah, barely hear about it. And so they keep us all distracted with other shit.
And we just had a mass shooting in Florida.
Mm-hmm.
And they ain't talking about that fool no more. You see how quick they got quiet on that? You don't hear nothing about Peyton, not Gendron, but what is his damn name? Popeye something. Motherfucker that shut up the Florida State University, 2 weeks ago. But we gonna cover it. All right. Yeah, but we gonna cover it tonight. And we covered it previously as well. But I'm just saying, the mainstream media only promote what they want to promote, and they do not discuss their crimes. All right, so moving along, justice for Dante Wright. Thoughts and prayers, condolences to his family. Yeah, for real, like that was serious. This bro gonna lie and say that she mistaken her taser for her gun. And you've been on the force for 20 plus years and you don't know the difference between a taser and a gun and where they're placed on your belt.
The fact that the fact that she had to go show us. That shit was funny.
Yeah, she tried to show. Stupid. No. Second degree manslaughter, that's a joke. She should have easily been charged with murder in the first or at the very least second degree. Murder. I know goddamn manslaughter. This was deliberate, intentional. There was intent there. It's crazy as hell. Alright, moving along. We got white man is angry. He can't freely use anti-black slurs without consequences. Yeah, freedom of speech has consequences. And you'll be picking up your face or pieces of your face and trying to get your face rearranged. Saying the wrong thing to the wrong people. Or in this case, the right people, because we fight racism and white supremacy 24/7. 365, 366 in a leap year, like last year. So, just no breaks, no stops. It's constant, because the system is constant. So, we have to fight it constant. Alright, so he thinks that under Dump, he can be emboldened and he can say whatever, and it's not going for it. But, so did I cover Bill Cosby? I didn't get my commentary on Bill Cosby, though. Damn, man, I got to get my commentary on Bill Cosby. So, they're still fucking with Bill Cosby, y'all. Bill Cosby lose verdict in California case.
And what I mean by that, she didn't have to show proof. Nothing has changed because you know what? It didn't. If a white woman says a black man did something sexually to her, it is handled in the same manner as it was back in the day. And what I mean by that, she didn't have to show proof, she didn't have to show evidence, but that man was still strung up on a tree. And it's the same even to this very day. She doesn't have to show no evidence. She doesn't have to show any proof. There don't even have to be a rape kit. Nothing. Right? And her word still carries the same weight that it did
in
back
2025.
then. Just her word.
Back then.
Nothing else.
When that happened, was like
and they have a problem when they perceive a black man getting away with something. We saw this with OJ. When OJ beat his case, they couldn't accept it until they finally were able to get him in jail. Bill Cosby went to jail. They can't bear to think that he's going to get away with something, so they drag him in civil court and they get this money. And that's what it's all about. But when white men in this country do the same thing, you don't see them hauled into court 2 and 3 times. Once they go that one time and they're let off for a crime they really did commit, you never see them in court again.
When they locked his ass up.
So let's get into this. Jury finds Bill Cosby sexually abused a teen in the 70s, orders him to pay $500,000. Now, it is being appealed, y'all. If I was Bill Cosby, I wouldn't shell out a dime.
Right.
I wouldn't shell 1 red cent out.
I agree.
Based on what this woman said and nothing else, no other evidence. I wouldn't shell out 1 red cent.
No.
Bill Cosby sexually abused a teenager, Judy Huth. at the Playboy Mansion in the mid 70s. Now, if she was just a teenager, what the hell was she doing up at the Playboy Mansion?
Right.
And she was underage.
Right.
I guess y'all weren't concerned about stuff like that. You know, really not concerned about that kind of stuff even today.
Yeah, you're right, Lisa.
So, civil jury decided Tuesday in Santa Monica. They, Bill Cosby was ordered to pay $500,000. So, and I'm not going to read that disgraced comedian. This is the garbage that the mainstream news has come up with, and I'm going to skip over that every time I see it.
I don't blame you, Lisa.
In her civil suit, which was filed in 2014, Booth accused Cosby of giving her alcohol and taking her to the Playboy Mansion in 1975 when she was 16. Okay, where was her parents? Where was her parents? How can this grown man just take you to a location and do whatever he wants? Where were her parents, her mother and father? Just asking.
And then she has a retraction statement.
Said Cosby,
that was bullshit.
Who was in his late 30s at the time, attempted to put his hand down her pants. After she said she was on her period, she said he put her hand on his erected penis and masturbated him. That's what she's claiming. Tuesday verdict comes nearly a year after Cosby was released from prison, after the Pennsylvania Supreme Court overturned his conviction in a separate case involving sexual assault allegations. The trial with Huth, which began June 1st and lasted nearly 3 weeks, was long delayed because that criminal case, which began in 2017 after Cosby was freed from prison on June 30th, 2021. However, so momentum for Huth's case had picked back up. First, we thank the jury for the verdict. And of course, they thanked them for the award to their client. Gloria Allred, one of Huth's lawyers who absolutely hates black men. It's a fact. The verdict is $500,000. Second, we thank Judy Huth for her courage. Oh, get out of here. This woman don't have no courage coming forward from the 70s all the way to now. That ain't no damn courage.
Right.
That's greed.
That's exactly what it is. Greed.
So,
a money grab.
Let me just go down a little.
Under the guise.
So they're talking about, they thanked the women who spoke out over the years. Y'all spoke out 50 years later, and you don't get a pat on the back for that.
It wasn't her job to go after black.
So Bill Cosby was not really officially in court, for this at all. And on Monday, the jury had nearly reached a complete verdict in Huth's lawsuit, but was sent back to deliberations by Judge Craig Carlin. At the end of Friday's court session, the jury had answered 8 of 9 questions on the verdict form. The only question remaining was whether Cosby should pay punitive damages for the alleged actions. Carlin, who had promised one juror that she agreed to serve, that she could leave after Friday for a prior commitment, decided over the objections of Cosby's attorney to accept and read the verdict on the questions the jury had answered. But he had changed course when deputies at the Santa Monica courthouse appeared and required him to clear the courtroom. The courthouse has a required closure at 4:30 p.m. because of no budget for deputies overtime. Carlin refused to require the departing juror who had been chosen as a foreperson to return Monday. So jurors had to begin again with an alternate in her place. Cosby did not attend or testify during the trial, although his video deposition was played during the proceedings. The former Cosby star, who was 78 at the time of the deposition, gave no answers when he was asked about whether he had committed the alleged assault. And they're saying it's possible that Cosby didn't even remember this.
Of course.
And he also answered no. Why would that not be possible? Whose attorney said, Nathan Goldberg, because Cosby replied, the fact that this young lady is saying that she told me she was 15. Huth is now 64 years old.
She was 16.
Yeah, she's in her 60s.
I'm sorry, I don't believe these women. And since they don't have to have evidence, I don't have to have evidence in regards to not believing them. I can only go historically in this country by what women that look like Judy Huth has done to Black men. And just based on that alone, I can't believe any account that comes from you. I'm sorry, I just don't.
I agree, Lisa. I feel that 100%.
I had my eyes closed at that point. Who said in the courtroom, I was freaking out. So she's talking about when she was alone with Cosby, who said that in the decades since the alleged attack, she entered a dark period of isolation and depression, cycling between abusive relationships that left her further scarred. Still, she said her mind was always going back to the alleged attack by Cosby, especially once other women began accusing him of similar behavior. So you didn't want to say nothing until you heard other women come forward?
Which on Surviving Cosby, because I was watching that.
Throughout the case, Cosby's legal team had tried to poke holes in Hoop's timeline of the alleged event, pointing out inconsistencies and, and they said there were inaccurate things that she also said. Huth had previously said that the alleged incident happened in 1974 when she was 15. But then changed her story to say it happened in 1975 when she was 16. I don't believe this woman. I don't believe her, y'all. I don't believe her.
I'm calling cap.
I don't believe her. Did she have a failed acting career? Just wondering. Y'all gonna have to tell me what you think. I don't believe this woman. I don't believe the others either. Please leave your comment and subscribe. Don't forget to hit on the notification bell, and I'll see you on the next video. Peace.
And make sure you hit the like and subscribe for Frontline Black News. Yeah, so that's my commentary. This is bullshit. I agree with Lisa. This is complete bullshit. She already changing up her story already, and it's been so long. This woman in her 60s, y'all.
Yeah.
She's somebody's grandma,
That's so
potentially.
funny to be like, now I'm 64, I really don't want to react to bullshit again. No!
But me too. Remember, the creator said it wasn't her responsibility to go after powerful white men. Tarana Burke. So I'm gonna move us along because we are kind of pressed for time now. Or are we? White man is angry that he can't fully use anti-black slurs without consequences. Well, your freedom of speech has consequences. And if you come around the wrong FBA, your face and whole body will be rearranged. And hands and feet will be put up on you if you say the wrong shit. And you know what the wrong shit is, so don't do it. And then you won't have those issues.
You know, them folks as of recently been up here just trying to constantly want to say the N-word with the hard R. They are losing their mind with this. And it's definitely something with them that, you know, I want to get into. We also want to get into the psychological part of this as well. We'll have an analysis with that and what it really is for them, why they want to say the N-word so much. So we have this, you know, one of the Mayo Marauders here. I want you to hear what he has to say, because all black people, he really about to get y'all told.
If that word is so offensive to you,
obviously,
then you stop using it.
What?
And I don't want to hear this about like, oh, you can say it with a hard R or without the hard R. That's because if I used it the way that you use it, would that be acceptable?
No.
No, you cherry pick it and you call it racist. You call it bigoted.
None of them words.
So if that word is so offensive to you, then you stop using it. And then maybe the rest of us will start feeling guilty when it's uttered.
And we know good and well that even if every black person today, if we start a movement to say, hey, don't say the N-word in no way, shape, form, or fashion with the A at the end, don't say it. You degenerates would still say it. Okay. Why? Because you're ate up with anti-black racism. Now, let's get into your psychology a little bit. Your psychology about why you can't say it. What is your obsession with wanting to say it so bad?
Right.
And why you just willing to crash out about this? Let me cue up my assistant here. I got a little assistant today to help me with the breakdown psychologically. Okay, so let's go ahead and cue up Lindy Way.
Psychological breakdown, why he's so upset. 1. Loss of linguistic power. Loss of social dominance. For individuals who have historically belonged to dominant groups, language has always been a tool of power. The use of slurs, especially racial ones, is not about communication. It's about control. It's a verbal assertion of hierarchy. When he's told he can't use those words anymore, it's not just a vocabulary restriction. It's a threat to his perceived place in the social order. 2. Cognitive dissonance and fragility. His outrage is likely rooted in cognitive dissonance, the internal conflict between the belief that he's a good person and the reality that his language upholds a system of racial degradation. Rather than confront that dissonance, he deflects by framing it as an attack on free speech. This is a classic case of dominant group fragility, the inability to tolerate even the mildest pushback against long-standing privilege. 3. Superiority complex threatened by boundaries. A superiority complex thrives on unchecked freedom, particularly the freedom to insult, mock, or dehumanize without consequence. Slurs are tools of psychological colonization. When he can't use them, he no longer controls the narrative. He no longer holds emotional dominance in racial dynamics. His fragile sense of superiority is exposed as artificial. This creates psychological disempowerment, which he mislabels as oppression. 4. Entitlement to cultural dominance. He likely believes that cultural norms, including speech, should conform to his comfort. The fact that marginalized groups have drawn clear boundaries offends him because it signals that the monopoly on power is eroding. To him, losing the right to say a slur feels like losing ownership over a country, culture, or identity he's been conditioned to see as his domain. The outrage is not about the word, it's about control. His inability to use racial slurs without backlash fractures the illusion of dominance. It confronts him with a reality where Black dignity holds more weight than white comfort. And that psychological shift is what truly enrages him.
So thank you, Lindy Wade, with the psychological breakdown. So now you understand that for him, for not saying the N-word to us freely with no consequence, has affected him because he's saying, wait a minute, I'm not truly supreme unless I can say that word to black folks with no consequence. That's what it is with them. That's what it could, because see, listen, it don't hit right when he say things to other people, right? They have to show control and dominance over black people. And because they're saying that no, it's going to be a consequence. Listen, for them to give all that money that they gave to that Shiloh woman, that is them being desperate. They're desperate now. They're desperate because they're realizing they're losing their grip. And let me tell you, it's been God ordained for you to lose it.
Right.
Your time of holding power is up.
Over.
Is up. And I know you can't understand that. So you're thinking, well, let me be more anti-black racist. Let me harm them. Let me do this and that and the third. Really, you're exposing yourself because now the whole world is watching you.
Right.
See, at one point in time, when all the atrocities that you had committed against FBAs in particular, the world didn't really see it because, hey, we had no internet. We didn't have no cameras all over the place. We didn't have none of that. Now the whole world is watching you. Right. And every time you make videos like this, every time that you show up in force in a court room trying to intimidate somebody, you know what I'm saying? Like in Cincinnati, Ohio.
Yeah.
Every time you do things like this, you showing the world how vile you are.
Yeah.
And people throughout the world are saying, why do we want to even have these people around us like that?
Yeah.
We don't respect these people. You can't go around the world talking about human rights and democracy and none of that mess. Well, I'm a firm believer that definitely, at least in Africa, democracies don't work. It just don't work. But you can't go around the world telling people anything when they see how savage you are.
Yeah.
See, that's the thing. The world has really seen how savage they are now. And they feel that, well, you know what? Maybe we don't have a grip throughout the world. We got to have a grip here at home.
Yeah.
And because you can't say that word because you feel like I'm not supreme unless I can say that word with no consequence. Let me tell you something. There's always going to be a consequence. There's always going to be a consequence. It could be physically. It could be civilly. In some cases, it could be criminally. It's going to be a consequence.
Right.
Once again, if you can't go scream fire in a crowded building and don't have some problems, if you can't go say the word bomb on an airplane without being some consequences, then it's consequences for your mouth. You run around here, as Lindy Way said, talking about free speech, but you want free speech to be evil toward FBAs. That's what you want free. So when we talked about what free speech meant, and we got the psychological breakdown of what all that mean, right? Free speech, free speech, and this First Amendment for them is about control and about power and keeping that.
Yeah.
And when black folks say, hell no, that's not going to happen no more. And the brothers and sisters of the civil rights movement had put their foot down about all that.
Yeah.
And these laws have changed. You understand, all these laws that they ever had, they feel like that disempowers them from being supreme.
Yeah.
That's why they attack quote unquote DEI, even though we didn't come up with DEI, and it'll benefit them. But still, in their mindset, to say that you have a DEI program, diversity, equity, inclusion, for them, it's like, wait a minute, you messing with our ability to dominate jobs, to dominate money, to dominate. For them, everything is domination. Everything.
Yeah.
But your rule is up. And this the bad part about it, y'all. They see it, they know it, and it's a slow erosion too. And they literally see the erosion every day. They see the slow erosion. They see their influence slowly going. They see that people don't really care much about what they say. They're not dealing with them the same no more. They're seeing that. They're seeing it, and there's nothing they can do about it. They thinking that, oh well, we need to import more white folks here. Let me import those Afrikaners from South Africa over here, in which they say the first wave of them is coming next week. Actually, they're gonna get a rude awakening about FBAs here in America.
Right.
See, they had it good in South Africa. I know they got it good in South Africa. But when you come here to America and you realize, yeah, the American dollar is good in your country, but it's not that good in our own. You're gonna find out real quick about America. I won't even give them a year before they're ready to run back. to South Africa.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? These people thinking that they can, that we're going to import all the white people strategy. That's not going to work. That's not going to work. That is not going to work.
Right.
It's not working.
Right.
Y'all in global decline. Right. Global. It's not just America. It's globally. You're not having children globally. It has nothing to do with just America.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So you have to, in your mind, learn and get used to working with Black folk and other groups of people.
Yeah.
Because the day is going to come where you're going to be the minority, just like in South Africa. And what we have to pay attention to throughout the world is this: we don't want to make the mistake of South Africa at the same time. We don't want them to be a minority in controlling land and controlling money. No. If you're a minority, you can control your land, you control your money, but you're not going to control the country's anything. That's where that's at. So bringing those white South Africans over here is desperate because they want to hold on to control, but God says it's over. And that's why the erosion is happening every day. There's nothing you can do to save yourself. So you think trying to call us the N-word is going to put you back in some supreme position? Nope. It's been ordained. Your time is up.
Democracy depends on a free press. Please support our independent journalism.
Oh yeah, we got to get on this raping pedophile goddamn Pope we just got. But first, what are your thoughts on this, Lady Shay? The white man is angry that he can't freely say nigger or anything of the sort without consequences.
I mean, to take everything. Why not? Why? Like, I mean, we don't have shit, so, I mean, we want to hold on to our own shit and punch them in the mouth every time they say it. I mean, it's just our rights as Americans.
Right.
I mean, shit.
Freedom of speech. Careful what you say.
Right. You know, ask you shall receive. You know?
Right.
Like,
shout out to Ice-T.
Asking you shall receive. They say they're asking for that ass. They shall receive it. You know what I mean? It's like any other ethnic motherfuckers that you can't call them church slurs.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, you say it and they whoop off of your ass. That's because you asked for it,
right.
And they were ever so willing to dish that out.
Well, why don't we have the equivalent of Ma'ate or Akata or Jerir?
We have our names for them. They know what their names are.
Or Spook or Jungle Bunny.
They know what their names are. It's fair and off sticks and stones and shit. And don't throw words with, you know, rocks and glass houses and whatnot. They know. What's good for the goose is good for the gander.
Well, we got this Peckerwood Crackazoid honky.
A good notebook filled with fucking words. We could call them all day long. Okay, salt. Okay. You know what I mean? We can call them all kinds of shit, like all fucking day. At least a good 2 pages, and that's every line from left to right filled with names. We could be calling them all fucking day long. You know what I mean?
But what
all
system do we
long.
have to back up those names that we call them?
What are you talking about? Stop instigating this conversation, guys. Just go along with the fucking program. Okay, that's it. That's just it. Okay, that's it. That's all. You know what I mean? And they call everybody names and they're asking for the reward that they've been wanting, which is a motherfucking just and equal motherfucking ass whooping from one of the street to the next.
Right.
In the face with a twisted teeth.
Right.
I don't know.
Right.
They want their teeth knocked out. They want
Right.
fucking have brain damage. Who fucking knows?
Yeah.
They asked for it, and who are we to deny their request?
Right. It's
That's
probably
just like
brain
if we did
damage.
it to them, and we did say the little hats or something like that, or whatever, or let's say some sort of yellow persuasion. We went in and we in their spot, or we did something like that, and then we deserve every motherfucking kung fu kick we got because we did it out of malice.
Yeah.
This what they do is malicious.
Yes.
Which you do to them as like us saying it. And look, if they can say we don't mean it like that, we just play. Oh yeah, so was we.
Yeah.
I was just playing when I called you honky.
Yeah.
I was playing when I called you a Ritz cracker.
Right.
I mean a cracker, period. Not, salty all day. I was just playing. I didn't mean it in my heart of hearts. It's deeply black. You know what I mean? I didn't mean it. Yeah, of course I meant it. I said it, I meant it.
Right.
You know what I mean? I don't ever regret saying it. Why did I said it in the first place?
Right.
If I said it, I meant it. I didn't, oops. Oh, that bad peckerwood work in my mouth. I swear somebody needs to take it back. I don't know what I was thinking when I called him a wood. Oh, peckerwood ass. Oh, motherfucking Nazi. I don't know what I was saying when I said it. Oh my God, why did I call him a cracker? I meant to say honky. I meant to say that, sir. Sir, yes, sir. You know what I mean? Come on now.
Yeah.
I like the shade the first motherfucking message. You got fucking names for them all day long. And what they gonna say? They gonna call us a couple of days, and I'm like, your mama was a joke about
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Just because you was born doesn't mean she wasn't on no black dick.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, I go on all day about this. I'm just saying. I'm just saying, okay? I'm just saying.
Well, that's what they're mad about.
Don't get us all excited about calling them names. I was like, you see how amped up I got?
Yes.
Don't ask me a motherfucking thing. Don't ask me nothing, because you see how I was laying there, I'm reading the news and shit. Now look, now I'm sitting up straight again. Don't ask me shit. The motherfucker, we don't have names for them. Man, we're gonna be calling them bad names to the end of time, and they're no longer in existence. You know
Right.
what I mean?
Right.
They will be like, man, we sure do miss them crackers. Ain't none of them around for us to fuck with. Man, I remember the days when it was just race or white supremacy. Now it's just black supremacy.
Or an actual system of justice.
Yeah, the system of justice. Awfully quiet out here.
Right.
Them whites are gone.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Them translucents are
We
gone.
ain't seen a lick of salt.
The clear people are gone.
Gone. No more Big Booty Chronicles. Gone. No more fucking Karens trying to copy our sisters. Gone.
Right.
No more white men trying to, use extra words and word salad to confuse and, misuse and trick us into some shit.
Right.
Gone. 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 No more rainwater and wet smells and
I
bullshit.
long for the day.
You know what I mean?
Yes.
No one trying to tell us how to plant our tomatoes. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, we're going to the garden and tell you how to plant some shit. Come on now. No more what church and evangelistic and fucking want to be Christians and Catholics.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah. Those days.
Well, we're about to get on the Catholics. So perfect segue. Thank you, Lady Che. I don't know what else to say after that. So moving along. We got first U.S. born Pope, and they trying to say he FBA. Shout out to
trying to say he had lineage
black
the South, the child slavery. That's what they said. Said he had lineage. They say that. But even so, the lineage really get down south.
They're trying to tie him in. Shout out to Black Alpha Network for that.
Mm-hmm.
But we're gonna go in on his.
Did you debunk it?
Debunk what?
The fucking Pope.
Yeah.
You debunked it, right?
Uh-huh.
I knew it.
We come with receipts.
My internet's out, family.
The new black media, we not playing.
That's cool.
Democracy Now! Amy Goodman is going to give us an update on Pope Leo the 14th, the firstborn Pope, U.S.-born Pope, who criticized the dump as inhuman shit, and his vice president, J.D. Vance,
I wonder you already said.
On lack of compassion for immigrants. Yeah, I think they're going to play some snippets of what you said. Let's see.
At democracynow.org/give. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. The first ever pope from the United States has been chosen to lead 1.4 billion Roman Catholics. Cardinal Robert Francis Prevost was elected on the second day of the conclave. He's chosen the name Leo XIV, suggesting a possible emphasis on social justice. Pope Leo XIII, who ruled from 1878 to 1903, condemned slavery as a, quote, wretched yoke that has oppressed many people. Leo XIV called for peace and dialogue as he addressed the faithful from the Vatican Thursday.
Peace be with you all. Beloved brothers and sisters, this is the first greeting of the risen Christ, the Good Shepherd, who gave his life for God's flock. I, too, would like this greeting of peace to enter your hearts, to reach your families. To all people, wherever they may be, to all peoples, to all the earth, peace be with you.
Pope Leo grew up on Chicago's South Side. He's also a naturalized citizen of Peru, where he served the church for 2 decades. Today, Friday, he spoke in his native English as he held his first Mass as pontiff.
I begin with a word in English, and the rest is in Italian. But I want to repeat the words from the responsorial psalm. I will sing a new song to the Lord because he has done marvels. And indeed, not just with me, but with all of us, my brother cardinals.
Within the past month, Pope Leo has criticized the Trump administration. Just weeks ago, his account on X responded to Vice President J.D. Vance's invocation of a Christian principle to justify the mistreatment of immigrants by sharing a piece from the National Catholic Reporter headlined, quote, J.D. Vance is wrong. Jesus doesn't ask us to rank our love for others. Last month, Pope Leo reposted another account's rebuke of President Trump's Oval Office meeting with Salvadoran President Nayib Bukele and referenced instead an op-ed by the auxiliary Catholic Bishop of Washington, D.C. about the suffering of migrants Trump had sent to the notorious Secot prison in El Salvador that read, quote, do you not see the suffering? Is your conscience not disturbed? Unquote. Back in May of 2020, the account reposted several tweets of sympathy for the family of George Floyd after he was killed by Minneapolis police and wrote, quote, we need to hear more from leaders in the church to reject racism and seek justice, unquote. This all comes as the new post also previously attacked LGBTQ plus people and said, quote, homosexual lifestyle is incompatible with the Catholic Church. And survivors of sexual abuse by Catholic priests are calling on him to institute a zero tolerance policy and an investigation into his handling of prior sexual abuse allegations. We'll talk more about all of this with our 3 guests, but we're going to begin in Rome with James Grimaldi, executive editor of the National Catholic Reporter, winner of multiple Pulitzer Prizes. His latest piece is headlined "The Pope from Chicago Backed Pope Francis's Major Church Reforms." James Grimaldi, welcome to Democracy Now! Start off by telling us who, well, the man who used to be called Father Bob is.
Well, yes, as you pointed out, he's from South Chicago. One of his classmates said he was most likely to be Pope out of that class, which was quite a prediction. He entered the Augustinian order in the late 70s. He went to Peru as part of a missionary. He really believed in the missionary work, but he was brought back to Rome twice. For a couple of assignments by Pope Francis. And I think his work in the Curia here, as well as his missionary work and his outreach to the peripheries of the church, may have landed him in this job. But I do want to note, Amy, that the headline that you've been reading, you've read twice, I wrote that headline, J.D. Vance is wrong. And I actually commissioned that op-ed that the future Pope Leo tweeted. And it's extremely humbling as a lifelong Catholic to have the Pope of my church actually tweet words that I wrote. It's kind of chilling to me. And I will tell you the history of that commentary. When J.D. Vance made those statements on Fox News, justifying the treatment of immigrants in the United States by misstating the theology of the Catholic Church, this was a big story for us. It went up on the homepage almost immediately. And then when Pope Francis pushed back on it, I wanted more stories. And then I said, let's go to Kat Armas, who is a Cuban-American feminist theologian based in Miami. There's a book coming out, and you should have her on when her book comes out about empire and the church. I said, let's get Kat to write an op-ed for us about this, about J.D. Vance's thoughts on the Catholic theology and immigrants. She wrote that op-ed, and I said, this is a great op-ed. We need to put a good headline on it. And, 40 years in journalism at the Washington Post and the Wall Street Journal, I know how to write a headline. And apparently I got the attention of Cardinal Prevost, and he retweeted it, or tweeted it actually. He literally cut and pasted the words that I wrote into that tweet and shared the commentary that was on ncronline.org. And so I just have to say I'm humbled today to be sitting where I am.
I want to ask you about other tweets. Now, again, we can't absolutely confirm that they're his, but in response to Vance's anti-immigrant remarks on Fox News, then Cardinal Robert Prevost shared an article on X headlined, as we were just talking about, J.D. Vance is wrong. Jesus doesn't ask us to rank our love for others. That, as you said, you wrote the article to. The article by Kat, you wrote the headline to. The article by Kat Armas reads in part, quote, "The love Jesus speaks is not about calculation or a choice between our families or neighbors. It's not a finite resource to ration out, but a river that flows wild and without restraint. The empire's vision of love is built on scarcity, but the kingdom of God is built on abundance. If we find ourselves asking, who is my neighbor? We are already missing the point. The better question is, how do I love without limits?" Unquote.
Right. They said keep going. What?
Let me go to Father Brian Massingale,
to hear you
who's
read
here.
that.
Go ahead, James.
Ain't no bus that go over there.
Yeah, no, it gives me chills to hear you read that again, because this is my church. That's the church I believe in. That's the church of Pope Francis. I mean, this is the church of the National Catholic Reporter. You mentioned that other op-ed that was written by the auxiliary bishop in Washington, D.C., first published in the Catholic Standard. And as soon as I saw that, I said, we got to have that. And we put that up. And I dare say that Pope Leo XIV is a reader of ncronline.org. And I'm kind of humbled.
I want to go to Father Brian Massingale, professor of theological and social ethics at Fordham University in New York. Black, gay, Catholic priest. He's the author of Racial Justice in the Catholic Church. His recent article for the monthly Catholic magazine America is headlined Pope Francis and the Future of Catholic Moral Theology. Of course, that's before the new Pope was chosen. Father, it's great to have you with us. Can you respond to what you know of, well, the man we used to know as Father Bob, who is now Pope Leo XIV?
Well, yesterday I was watching the news as everyone else was, and I was just shocked that they would choose an American. But then when I saw how he presented himself, and I realized this is perfect, because I was reading an Italian commentator who said that he is the least American of all the Americans that are in the Curia. And I think what he meant by that is that he's showing the world that there is another way of being an American besides what we're seeing in the current administration. That being an American doesn't mean scapegoating migrants. Being an American doesn't mean exiling them to detention camps. Being an American means that we can stretch out our hands to the least and the vulnerable. And I think that couldn't have been lost upon the cardinals who elected him. They're not naive about the politics of this. And so I was extremely gratified, especially when I heard the name Leo the 14th. I mean, it's unmistakable that he sees himself as advancing the lineage of Catholic social teaching with its concerns for the rights of workers, with its concerns for the least among us. I think that's exactly who he's trying to telegraph something, and he's doing it very deliberately by the choice of his name.
And go further on that choice of name, who Leo 13th was, the emphasis on immigrants and laborers.
The emphasis on immigrants, laborers. I think you have to remember that at the time of Leo the 13th, the church had decisively aligned itself with the rich, the wealthy, the aristocracy. And Leo the 13th himself was an aristocrat, but he saw that the Catholic Church was losing ground. It was losing grounds to those who were championing for social justice, such as Marxists at the time. And so Leo XIII realized that the church had to embark upon a different path. And so he wrote an encyclical, a formal document called Rerum Novarum, of new things. And one of the new things that Leo was pointing to was that in the light of the Industrial Revolution, the church had to align itself definitively with the plight of workers. And so the ideas of a just or living wage came into Catholic social teaching, and it's been a pillar of Catholic social thought ever since. So by deliberately invoking Leo the 13th and by naming himself after Leo, there's no doubt that the new Pope was to continue to see the church be a voice for the voiceless and for the marginalized.
And Father, what is the new Pope, Pope Leo's record on racial justice and also on LGBTQ people? Who he, to quote him, talking about the homosexual lifestyle, saying it's incompatible with the Catholic Church.
Well, let's take them in reverse order. You asked about as working on LGBTQ issues. I saw that that headline, that quote has been getting a lot of press. But then I remembered that Pope Francis, before he became Pope, also gave an interview in which he condemned same-sex marriage. He called it a machination of the devil and a father of lies. And so what I'm trying to point out is that the Pope Francis who was elected in 2013 is not the Pope Francis who we buried in 2025. And that when Pope Francis and now Pope Leo made those remarks about LGBTQ issues, they made them under the pontificate of Benedict XVI. The church has changed since then. The church has moved. Pope Francis has moved and evolved, and I have to believe that Pope Leo has also changed and evolved since then. So I'm going to be waiting with eagerness to see just how far he's evolved and how far he's moved. And so I want to just caution, especially LGBT Catholics who are looking at what he said back in 2012, Pope Leo XIV said back in 2012, to not necessarily assume that that's his position now in 2025.
When I watched him today in the Sistine Chapel addressing the cardinals, there were two women who did readings. They were first.
Yes.
The significance of this, because obviously this was his choice.
Obviously. And I think with understanding the Catholic Church, symbolism is a telegraph. It's a smoke signal. It's telling you something. And I think that we have to understand that this man is going to be in marked continuity with the initiatives of Pope Francis. And he wants to continue to advance the position of women. Now, I think we need to understand that these guys are not progressives as we would understand them in the American vernacular. But the Catholic Church is a global church, an ancient church, and it moves slowly. Pope Francis opened doors, and I think that it's up to Pope Leo now to help the church to continue to walk through those doors, especially in the advancement of women and LGBTQ issues.
Democracy Now! Is funded by viewers like you. Please give today at democracynow.org/.
Oh my God. All right, so let's hear about these abuse survivors from this.
Oh yeah.
This the one. Yeah, this the one that you wanted to hear.
That was funny.
Democracy depends on a free press. Please support our independent journalism at democracynow.org/give. I want to bring our next guest into this conversation. He's back in Rome, Italy, Peter Isley. He is a survivor of sexual assault by a Catholic priest as a 13-year-old boy growing up in Wisconsin. Peter's one of the founders and global affairs chief of SNAP, Survivors Network of Those Abused by Priests. SNAP's open letter in response to the new Pope, quote, highlights the grim reality underpinning the College of Cardinals. Many who voted in this conclave actively shielded abusers, and many who will be appointed to the curia under this papacy bear similar stains, they write. Peter Isley, can you talk about your organization's very grave concerns about Cardinal Prevost being elected a pope?
He's very upset.
Yeah, and it's, you can imagine how difficult this is for me to be sitting here for survivors to what they're experiencing today, especially when survivors from Peru and some of the United States who were raped and sexually assaulted by Augustinians, the order that Prevost was provincial of, and then global, ahead of the global order, what it felt like to see him walk out on that balcony knowing that your family, your life has permanently changed because of how he has managed or mismanaged sexual abuse cases. It's hard not to be a part of the Leo fan club right now. I'm pretty confident I'm the most unpopular person probably in Rome right now, and certainly on this panel. But here are the facts, and this is why we were in Rome launching Conclave Watch.
These are the facts.
People need to know what the records on sexual abuse and cover-up are of these cardinals. And we filed a Vost Estis complaint. That's the official mechanism that you're supposed to use when a bishop has evidence of covering up sex crimes. And in that filing, there is plenty of evidence. Now, I'm not saying he's guilty, but we're saying it reaches well beyond probable cause that he covered up sex crimes as Augustinian provincial and as head of the Augustinian order, and then as a bishop in Peru from 2014 to 2023. And the worst is a case that he was directly involved in. 3 sisters who were sexually assaulted and raped by 2 priests in his diocese. They were like 6 and 7 years old. The statute of limitations in Peru for child sex crimes is 4 years. So they didn't go to the police by, they 9 years old, they didn't go to the police. But they did it, and one of them admitted it. He admitted to the church that he committed these heinous, awful crimes against these girls. And what Prevost did with that information is that he didn't launch and give it to justice officials, say in Peru, to find out if there's any possibility of prosecution. He took that criminal evidence, like they do all around the world, and he shipped it via diplomatic pouch over here to the Vatican over here. What are they doing with it? And that case was closed because of the civil statute in Peru. The man has sexually assaulted children. They were left in ministry. These victims had to go public. Imagine the courage of these 3 women. They didn't get to read the gospel today or whatever would happen over there, but these 3 women raped and sexually assaulted by 2 Peruvian priests. Prevost, I'm sorry, I hate saying this. The evidence is that he covered up these crimes.
Peter, I wanted to go to a clip. I wanted to go to a clip, by the way. This recent scrutiny centering around Cardinal Robert Prevost's alleged awareness and mishandling of accusations of sexual abuse against 2 priests when Prevost, now the Pope, was the Archbishop, as you described, in Peru. This is a clip of Ana Maria Quispe, a Peruvian woman who you were talking about, who accused the 2 priests, Eleuterio Vázquez and Ricardo Yasken, of sexual abuse. In an interview with the Peruvian media in 2023, she said the abuse started when she was 9 years old.
Lo que me pasó a mí fue alrededor del 2007. Yo en ese entonces.
What happened to me was around 2007. At the time, the priest would invite us to celebrations, to go on missions, to pray the rosary with him, or to mass. He would insist in having youth go on missions with him to rural regions in the mountains. After so much insistence, my parents agreed because the priest and I were really close. When it was time to go to bed, he ended up sleeping with me. It was something I didn't expect, and it was very uncomfortable. In regards to Father Ricardo Yasken, I attended a youth missionary group with him. I was standing in line to greet him when he kissed me. He sat me on top of his legs and he kissed me.
So there is the clip of Ana Maria Quispe, the Peruvian woman accusing 2 priests of sexual abuse. If you can talk further, Peter, as you sit there in Rome, what your demands are at this point, and if you've ever spoken to the current Pope, to Pope Leo XIV.
No, I've never spoken to him. I don't know if any survivor has spoken to him. He hasn't tweeted anything from survivors, as far as I know. I mean, here's what we wanted from him. Here's what he needs to do. 1, he needs to pass not a policy, a law, a canon law. That's what governs the Catholic Church. A zero tolerance law. And what that means is simple. Any cleric, any priest, known, determined, like these priests were known and determined to have committed acts of sexual abuse, violence, rape, assault against a child, will be permanently removed from the Catholic priesthood. He can no longer be a priest. He can't function as a priest. He can't represent himself as a priest. That zero tolerance right now around the world, you can be a bishop, you can have priests, and they know of these priests who have raped and sexually assaulted children, and you can stay in the ministry, you can transfer them to new assignments, and that's perfectly legal under this church law. Secondly, he needs to tell us how he has handled these cases. There needs to be an independent body, not hired by the church, not hired by him, that's going to look into the abuse archives that he's involved with. So when he was Augustinian Provincial, when he was head of the Augustinian Order, right now we're in the Augustinian headquarters. Those files might be right here. They might be like three floors down from me. Those need to be reviewed. What cases did he handle? Because every case of an Augustinian during that time of rape and sexual assault, and there were cases, went to him, he was responsible for. And in Peru, all that time in Peru, every case in his diocese, he was responsible for. That needs to be examined. He needs to be transparent. He needs to be honest. Let's open the archives and see what he's done. Even with the case, by the way, this victim, her other 2 sisters then came forward with her. It's not just her, it's just her and her 2 sisters, for God's sake. Let's see the report he sent to Rome that has led to the closing of this case. And then finally, the last job he had was head of the Dicastery of Bishops. All the reports of bishops that have covered up sex crimes, guess where they're supposed to go? Guess where Vance Estes is supposed to be instituted? Over there with him. So he knows of all any reports of bishops that have covered up sex crimes or cardinals. Those files are over there. So he needs to open up those archives, because believe me, we want to trust him. Right now, there is no indication when it comes to this that he can be trusted. I am the last person that wants to say this. Do you know how difficult this is for me to say with all the praise and adulation and glory? I agree with many of the positions that the other 2 guests talked about. I agree with that. But just because I criticize Pope Leo, and just because we had the same problem with Francis covering up sex crimes, that does not make us J.D. Vance. That doesn't make us conservatives because, oh, God, we're criticizing Pope Leo. And I'm sorry to get so worked up about this, but it is extraordinarily difficult to be in these conversations right now.
Can I respond, Amy?
Yes, James Grimaldi, executive editor of National Catholic Reporter, who's sitting next to Peter Isley in the studio in Rome. If you could respond.
Yeah. First, I want to say that there is no media organization in the world that has done more to expose sexual abuse by priests than the National Catholic Reporter. That's number 1. We gave our database of abusers to SNAP and Bishop Accountability. That's why they have a database. So I just wanted to make that point. Second, I'm from Missouri, Amy. You got to show me. And I think Peter's a nice man, like Peter a lot, but he's conflated a number of things. The cases that he's talking about are horrific. They're awful. those priests should be banished from the Catholic Church. We agree on that. No question whatsoever. The question that I don't have, the evidence that I don't have, and when I met Peter the other night, I asked him to send it to me. And in fact, I emailed him the next day and I said, give me that evidence on Prevost, because he was on our short list. We thought he could become the next pope. And I didn't get a reply. Now, he's here in Rome. I didn't have his card. I sent it through their website. So it could be that for whatever happened and a million things going on, and I'm running a team of 7 people, but I'm still eager to see the evidence, because you got to show me that his fingerprints are on a cover-up, and we don't have that. Third, I agree with a lot of that he just said, and we don't know if Pope Leo is going to agree or not. I hope he does, because I am a lifelong, as you know, Amy, after having exposed Jack Abramoff, the corrupt lobbyist, I'm all in favor of transparency and openness, and Francis made some steps in that direction. Did he go far enough? No. Could Pope Leo go further? Yes. Could, you know, I'm with Peter. Let's go downstairs and look through the archives. I love archives. If those archives are here, they should open them up. I want to see exactly what happened. So all of the things he's talking about, and the canon law change, which he mentioned to me the other night, I think that's a great idea. We have no evidence yet that he isn't going to do that. And I agree with our priest friend that we had on a minute ago. You know, something he said 13 years ago, how do we know it hasn't changed? I mean, people's minds change. As you know, Amy, as you know very well, Amy Coney Barrett allegedly told Senator Susan Collins she would not overturn Roe v. Wade because she believed in stare decisis. How did that work out? Well, people change their minds, and we don't know what's going to happen with Pope Leo. So I would say wait and see. Don't listen to what they say. Right. Watch what they do.
So I'm going to give you right there, Peter, the last 30 seconds, and then to Father Brian Massengale for a final comment here. But what I want to do is have the two of you back on as you review the evidence, because this is obviously an ongoing conversation, Peter.
Did you hear the victim talking?
Now they side by side.
They did an open letter. You know what guts it took to put their names on a letter that they released to the public, put their names on it? They're the ones that said they went to Prevost. Let's see the report Prevost sent. I am talking and believing the victims. Their accounts are completely consistent.
I believe the victims too.
Please let me finish, sir, okay? And you never sent me the email.
I did.
Yeah, okay, fine. Okay, let me finish, please. And the thing is, please respect the fact, whether you disagree with me or not, that I am a survivor of rape and sexual assault by a priest in the Catholic Church. And what I'm thinking about is that young lady in Peru and her sisters and what they are going through right now, seeing the praise and adulation of this man. He covered up those crimes in Peru. There's plenty of evidence for an investigation. He did it in Chicago. This is court records. He put 2 priests in residences, one next to a high school, pedophile priest, one next to an elementary school, pedophile priest. He didn't even tell the parents of those children or the principal of that school, I've got a pedophile priest like 1,000 feet away from your school, okay? Didn't do any of that. So that's not the care of children. I'll tell you finally, he was out on that balcony. Did you hear one word to victims of sexual crimes and violence in the Catholic Church? All about peace. Peace is about ending violence. And so the violence he can end. I don't know what he can do about the Ukraine and anything else, but he can end the sexual violence in the church. Pass that zero tolerance now law. He knows what it is. It's been drafted. Pass it, and let's see the archives. There's plenty of evidence. Maybe you can ask him. I mean, you seem to be good friends with them. Let's go get those archives.
I've never met him. I want to see your evidence, Jay Grimaldi.
I said it. Go up. Go to.
I'm going to give you my email, Peter.
You said you did that before. Go to
Jay Grimaldi at ncronline.org.
Okay, great.
We're going to have to leave it there, but we're going to have to leave it there, but we're going to continue this conversation because it's clearly an absolutely critical one. I want to thank Peter Isley, as the two you also pat each other on the back there. You're clearly both interested in the investigation of this and getting to the bottom of it. Peter Isley is the survivor of sexual assault by a Catholic priest when he was growing up in Wisconsin, and the founder, one of the founders of SNAP, the Survivors Network of those abused by priests. And I also want to thank James Grimaldi, executive editor of the National Catholic Reporter. We have a date to put the two of you back on the show, but I want to get a final comment from our guest here in New York. You may not be in Rome, but you have a lot to say about this as we look at the future of the new Pope, Reverend Brian Massengale. What do you want to see?
I guess I want to see a couple of things. I want the Pope to be a voice for the voiceless. What we see around the world and in our own country is rising intolerance, the scapegoating of the migrant and the immigrant. We are seeing the erasure of trans people from our public lives. We're seeing the revision of our histories. We're trying to edit Harriet Tubman out of the Underground Railroad, all in the name of DEI. And this is only in this country. We know that populist nationalisms are increasing around the world. We need this Pope to be a voice for the voiceless. We also need the Pope to be a moral conscience for the world. There are so few leaders of global leaders of moral integrity. And I was pleased to see that he was taking on J.D. Vance, but we need him to step into that void of moral and ethical leadership that we have in our world right now. And we also need the Pope to be a prophet of hope. In these uncertain times, we haven't talked about climate change. And I think one of the things that being from Peru, and he sees that that climate change is threatening the existence of entire island nations around the world. We're seeing people in our own country that are wrestling with growing uncertainty, and we see how that uncertainty is being weaponized by public leaders. We need someone who can be an articulate voice of hope.
I want to thank you so much for being with us. Father Brian Massengale, professor of theological and social ethics at Fordham University here in New York. Recent article for the monthly Catholic magazine America, headline Pope Francis and the Future of Catholic Moral Theology. We will link to that. Democracy Now! Is funded by viewers like you. Please give.
I have no morality.
I think that's the name of the douche. Massengale or so like that. Right? We just say, I'm just saying, because I'm just putting it out there.
I don't know.
I don't know, man. I'm just saying, I'm just putting it out there. Like, isn't that the name of a popular amongst white women?
I only know Summer's Eve, and that's because of
that's a different day.
my mama and
I was like,
grandmama.
what is it called? Massengale? Somebody knows I'm telling the truth.
I don't think there's any ladies in the chat.
I'm just saying, I'm just putting it out there. Just just pointing it out, the obvious. I didn't see his name spelled. I just heard it on the audio.
Okay, that's Sister D. Moses joins us.
He's definitely acting like a douche.
Yeah, it's just a sausage fest right now.
Yeah. I'm just saying, he definitely, what he's saying is very douchebag-like.
Yeah. All right, so moving on, we got examining the Florida State University mass shooting. So we're gonna get Torian's take on this long too. This is a long video. This is Torian's take on the Florida State University mass shooter. What the hell's his goddamn name? Popeye something.
White kid.
Yeah, white kid. And what?
You said that why they always want to shoot at the school, like.
Because they don't get their way.
Happening tomorrow, and then the next one will be two Sundays from tomorrow. But we will be.
And it's, I'm white and I can do it. I can do it. I can do whatever. I have immunity.
I can do whatever I want.
Mm-hmm. So, this the one that steps. That's their stepmom is a police officer.
can be talking about this person name. I think his name is Phoenix Eichner or something like that.
Phoenix. I kept saying Peyton. Phoenix Eichner. That's the one that shut up the Florida State University 3 weeks ago now. They got real quiet on that.
That, and a few weeks ago, he committed a mass shooting on the campus of Florida State University. So I have 3 videos that we're going to go over. The first one is going to be a press conference. It's the one that they had after they apprehended the shooter, and they're going to go over some details. That video is about 18 minutes long, and the other 2 I have is from ABC News, in which they're talking about more details surrounding the shooting itself. Inkner, appreciate News for Thought. So let me go ahead now and share my screen.
Oh, that's the usual. They usually do if they're white.
And we will go ahead and get this thing started. And also shout out to everyone else who just came into the chat, and make sure if you haven't done so already to hit the like button. So this one right here is titled "Update: Gunman in Florida State University Mass Shooting Was the Son of Deputy."
Ooh. That's perfect.
Yeah.
I gotta watch it. That's just publicity.
My name is Jason Trumbauer, and I'm the Chief of Police at Florida State University. All Florida State University classes and business operations on the main campus in Tallahassee are canceled through Friday, April 18th. Essential employees should check with their supervisors for further reporting instructions. All FSU athletic events in Tallahassee are canceled through Sunday. At approximately 11:50 a.m., Thursday, April 17th, a gunman opened fire on the main campus of Florida State University in Tallahassee, shooting multiple individuals in the vicinity of the Student Union building. FSU police responded immediately, engaged, neutralized, and apprehended the shooter. 2 victims of deceased are deceased, and 5 individuals have been transported to a local hospital with gunshot wounds. The shooter has also been transported to a local hospital. The 2 deceased are not students. The shooter is believed to be a current FSU student. I do not have additional information on the shooter's identity at this time. Students who need assistance can go to the Don L. Tucker Center, where the university is providing counseling, health care, and other support services. Family members are also able to go to the Tucker Center for assistance. Students, faculty, and staff are asked to call their loved ones as soon as possible to update them on their status. The student union and the surrounding area is still considered an active crime scene. Individuals should avoid the area. Students should not return to the student union to retrieve personal property at this time.
That happened.
Students may return to their residence halls, but they should
SD Johnson, you said you probably they have the identity of the shooter. It's in my thumbnail. His name is Phoenix
Category 5. Maybe.
That's the shooter right there. He's in the thumbnail. They do have his identity.
Otherwise, stay indoors on main campus to allow first responders and university staff to do their jobs and respond to those needing assistance. Students may depart campus for the weekend. All classes have been canceled through Friday. Before I turn this over to Chief Rebel, I want to thank all the brave men and women of the FSU PD for responding immediately to the scene. I also want to thank the responding agencies who have provided assistance to FSU today big time, including the Tallahassee Police Department, the Leon County Sheriff's Office, the Florida Highway Patrol, Leon County Emergency Medical Services, FDLE, and all other responding agencies today. We really appreciate your support. That's all the information I have at this time. We'll have additional update for you later today.
I'm sure you will.
Chief Rebel.
Good afternoon. I am Chief Rebel with the Tallahassee Police Department. As the shooting occurred today, our officers, as well as every single other officer in the city and county, responded immediately to the scene. Once on scene and once we began working through what was occurring and what we were working in consultation with FSU, the Tallahassee Police Department was asked to take lead on this. So we will be the lead.
So the comment that Comic left, he said, I'm tired of lawmakers. Sorry for pausing. He said, I'm tired of lawmakers and politicians saying, why did this happen? And not, how can we stop it? Well, I can answer that for you in a couple of ways. One, because they don't know how to stop it. They can come up with so many methods, and I truly believe that every method they think they can come up with probably won't work, or it will be a method that's so draconian that they feel like it would be risky if they attempt to do it.
and they're probably scared of the pushback in which it is. Because think about it, every time they want something like this happens, they always start to go into the gun reform thing, and it only comes up during that maybe like a day, and then after some time is gone, you don't hear about it again until the next unfortunate mass shooting occurs. So honestly, I even think they know how they can stop it, or if they do, they don't want to use that method
for this investigation, and both the officer involved shooting portion of this as well as the homicide portion of this. I will come up after the last speaker and entertain just a few questions, but needless to say, we have multiple crime scenes. This is a very large area we're covering. We have thousands, hundreds or thousands of witnesses. And again, this is an active, ongoing investigation. So the information that we will be allowed to release right now may be fairly limited. I'll answer what I can at that time. But I will assure you that as soon as we can, any information that becomes available, we will make that available to you. One of the things in the process, and again, understand that this is an ongoing, active investigation. So things are happening as we are standing here and as we are speaking. We have identified the shooter, obviously. He's at the hospital. So with more on that, I'm going to allow the sheriff to come up and speak on that portion of it.
The sheriff. Here go the sheriff.
Thank you, Chief. As Chief Rebel indicated, I'm Walt McKeel, Leon County Sheriff. First and foremost, let me express our gratitude to the responding law enforcement agencies in this community. Our citizens should feel some degree of comfort knowing that your law enforcement agencies are going to respond and do exactly what we did in this case, that is bring the offender to justice and to make sure that we do what we can to make sure we lock him or her up. Let me say to you, this is obviously a heinous crime. Our deepest condolences go out to the FSU family, the families of the students who are here. And we understand that you all have been devastated because of this person's actions. The question as relates to who is the shooter is 20-year-old Phoenix Eichner. And he's a son of a Leon County sheriff.
Now, what have I told y'all? Now we got the identity of the shooter, Phoenix Eichner. What have I told you? What did the sheriff just say that I've always said when it comes to these shooters? It's something significant he just said. I want to see if y'all catch it. And I always say it. I want to see if y'all caught what the sheriff said that I always say when it comes to these mass shooters, especially those PC ones. Y'all waiting to y'all trying to figure. I guess y'all trying to figure out what I'm referring to. I'll give y'all about 10 more seconds to see if y'all can figure out what I'm referring to what the sheriff. No, not mental health, Doc Spencer. Not mental health. That's very vague. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. The age bracket, the age range. He said he's 20. What have I always said about those mass shooters? Is that age range is usually falling in between 18 and like 24. He's 20. Peyton Gendron was what, 19, 18, 19? Dylan Roof was how old? Ethan Crumbly was how old? So I always talk about they fall into a certain age bracket, which means they also fall into a certain generation as well. It's very rare that they fall above that 18 to 24 age bracket, because they're always usually very young.
Deputy. Our Deputy Eichner has been with the Leon County Sheriff's Office for over 18 years. She has a tremendous job that she's done. Her service to this community has been exceptional. Unfortunately, her son had access to one of her weapons.
Now, she was a deputy in their police force. Now they're talking about his mom. She's a deputy in their police department,
and he had access to one of her guns. How is that even possible? Now, for those of y'all who are unaware, they remember what happened with Ethan Crumbley and his parents. You know, they made history where in that state now, if you're a parent and your child commits a mass shooting and they use a firearm that is in your name, that you could get charges placed against you as well. I wonder if the same thing is going to happen with this deputy. That's the question I have.
Yep.
Will it even apply? I think that's another reason why they mentioned about his mom being a deputy, because he used her gun that was assigned to her by the department. This was not a firearm that she bought outside of her job. This was her issued firearm that he used.
He must really hate his mom.
Yeah.
I mean, really hate his mom.
And that was one of the weapons that was found at the scene. And we will continue that investigation into how that weapon was used and what other weapons perhaps he may have had access to. The alleged shooter was also a long-standing member of the Leon County Sheriff's Office Citizen Advisory or Youth Advisory Council. So he has been steeped in the Leon County Sheriff's Office family, engaged in a number of training programs that we have. So it's not a surprise to us that he had access to weapons. This event is tragic in more ways than people in the audience could ever fathom from a law enforcement perspective. But I will tell you this, we will make sure that we do everything we can to prosecute and make sure that we send a message to folks that this will never be tolerated here in Leon County, and I dare say across the state and across this nation. Thank you.
Too late.
What you call?
How many mass shootings have occurred in the state of Florida? What was that person's name a few years ago? Nicholas Cruz.
Yeah, Nicholas Cruz.
Down at was it Parkland?
Yeah, the Parkland shooter.
Yeah, so it's already happened, and that was how many years ago? It seems so long ago when that happened too.
Oh,
let me bring up the FBI Assistant Special Agent in charge, Hubert Reynolds.
Good afternoon. My name is Hubert Reynolds, and I'm the acting special agent in charge of the Jacksonville Field Office. I want to echo those standing with me what a horrific crime this is, and we stand with you fully. We have an office here in Tallahassee, and we are fully engaged with providing any resources that we can bring to bear to help with this investigation moving forward. We've established a digital tips media line where you can upload photos, videos prior to and during the incident. If you're there from social media, please upload all of that. I will give you now the website address. You can upload any tips to www.fbi.gov/FSU shooting. Again, that's www.fbi.gov/FSU shooting. I want to assure you that we are going to bring every available resource to be able to help the community and the local people here. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Richard McCullough, Rick McCullough, president of Florida State University. This is a tragic day for Florida State University. We're absolutely heartbroken by the violence that occurred on our campus earlier today. 2 have died. 5 other innocents are being treated for the.
So now he just said 2 died. So now he's already there. Now he has 2 counts of murder on his name.
Cuz all in the building,
plus 5 other counts for injuries. Oh, he's done. He's done out here. They're gonna throw the book at him.
Yep.
I mean, I think they was gonna throw the book at him regardless, but now I think it's for certain that that's what's gonna happen.
What's this fool's
for their injuries? We're working to support the victims, their families, and everyone affected by this traumatic.
And definitely, now this is where first degree can occur.
Exactly.
Not what they was trying to throw on Carmelo Anthony.
Yeah.
This right here is where first degree would actually work in their favor.
Yeah.
Because this was premeditated. He planned on going to this campus to do what he did.
Event. I just returned from the hospital. The first lady and I met some of our students who were the victims.
Oh yeah, you just got
our hearts go out to our students and the victims of this terrible tragedy. I have to say that our law enforcement, our FSU police officers, absolute heroes in this regard.
Was you
the call went out, someone called it in, and immediately they responded to the scene and immediately neutralized the suspect and prevented this from being a bigger tragedy. I want to thank them so much for what they do to try to keep our students safe. I want to thank all the law enforcement partners, FSU Police, Tallahassee Police, Leon County Sheriff's Department, Florida Highway Patrol, Florida Department, Law Enforcement, and all other responding agencies for their rapid and courageous response. I want to thank everybody that came out to visit with the students and help us, and to be here today for this press conference. And I appreciate so much the support that you're all providing to our university and to our students. We're fully cooperating with the investigation, and we defer to law enforcement as they continue their work. I'd also like to thank all the healthcare providers at Tallahassee Memorial Hospital. They're treating and providing outstanding care to our victims. Right now, our top priority is safety and well-being for all the people in our campus. As it was said, classes are canceled. The main campus today and tomorrow, and all FSU athletics events on Tallahassee are canceled through Sunday. We also want to tell you that counseling and psychological services are available to students, faculty, and staff, and anyone that needs that should call 850-644-2003. We're also providing support for faculty and staff through our Employee Assistance Program. And so if you need any help, please reach out. We'll continue to communicate with the campus community as we know more. This is a deeply emotional time, but we're all here to support each other. We're going to do everything we can to support our community. We're a strong and united community. We're family. And so we'll take care of all of you.
Yeah.
And we'll get through this together. Thank you.
Fuck you and you getting through it.
All right, at this time, we will take a few questions. Let me just reiterate, this was a massive response, a massive response of law enforcement personnel. Our federal, state, local partners have continued to build relationships that long preceded this event. And that came into great play today in the seamless way that we all came together to work these events. But I know you'll have some specific questions. I will tell you right now, we are not going to talk about the victims, other than the fact that there are 6 of them, two additional deceased, and then the suspect, the 9 total persons. 9 total persons, yes, sir.
That's 9 counts right there. Whoa. He said 9 in total. He said 2 were deceased, but 9 in total were injured from the shooting. So that's 9 counts he already has in total against him. With 2 of the heaviest ones being because 2 died. Yeah, so they about to send him up the river without a paddle.
Yep.
The suspect invoked his rights not to speak to us.
So to the viewers, make sure y'all like and subscribe to Frontline Black News.
If so, what are the rules around storing service weapons?
Right. No, that's a good question. This weapon was a weapon that the deputy previously used. A lot of times, many agencies, mine included, when we transition to a new handgun, the officers are allowed to purchase the handgun they used prior. And correct me if I'm wrong, Sheriff, but I believe that's the case here. This was a handgun that deputy used prior to them transitioning to a new handgun, and so it was her personal handgun. The sheriff would have to speak to that.
We will do a thorough investigation to look at all aspects of it. There's no cause right now that we're aware of that require her to be placed on any kind of suspension or otherwise.
Or the mama was in on it.
We've been hearing stuff that it was a deputy with the student officer. Is that true?
That is correct. I'm sorry?
Anyone who died in the shooting was injured in the shooting. Were any of them members of law enforcement?
No, they were not. They were not. Yes, sir. No, they challenged him and ended up shooting. He did not comply with commands and was shot.
There you go. What does PC love to tell us to just comply? Don't they just love to tell us to just comply? Yeah. And what did he just say? Oh, he didn't comply, so he was shot. But notice they didn't go for the kill shot.
Yeah,
they shot the injured. So it sounds to me like they knew exactly where to aim for that. Because now he's laid up in the hospital. Well, I don't know if he's still there now, but that's where he was at the time of this conference.
Yeah.
I do not believe he fired at officers.
May be autistic. Are you able to confirm that detail?
I do not have that detail.
Oh, so someone was asking about a mental illness someone asking, and was he autistic? Listen,
yeah,
I am aware of there are people out there that are autistic, but I don't know many people who are autistic who will go out and voluntarily or willingly do what this guy did.
Right.
So we ain't about to try to do that mental health or he had some kind of underlying ailment.
Yeah.
Crap.
Right.
He knew exactly what he was doing.
Exactly.
And did it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry. We're not releasing any of the victim information at this time. We were not. We will get you that information. I don't have that currently. I assume that would be a question that was asked, but I mean, it was almost immediately. That FSU, obviously this is their campus and they patrol it very well. So they were on scene almost immediately, engaged almost immediately. And then everyone else, again, was a massive, very quick response. So.
Two deceased were not students. We know of those 5 that were injured or any of them students.
Again, we're not releasing any information on the students on the victims at this point. I'm sorry? It was a handgun. I don't know what type of handgun that was. It was probably a 40.
What a cow?
No, I don't know. Yeah. We do know that he had a shotgun with him. We have not confirmed anyone was shot with a shotgun at this point. But again, that could change as we, again, there are hundreds and hundreds of witnesses. And as we piece all of this back together, information will come to light that we may not have at this point. So I do not believe so at this point. I'm sorry, say again. We will work with the state attorney's office, which we always do, in pulling together all the information, all the investigative evidence from this case, and in collaboration with State Attorney Campbell, we will make that determination. Obviously, after the case is over, we will certainly, it all becomes available at that point. But as to what we can and will release at that point, like I said before, we're very open, transparent on these things. Again, the officers did an incredible job. But again, some of this is very horrific.
Open and transparent.
This is a horrific incident. And so we will, again, collaborate with the state attorney's office and determine which of that evidence could be released or will not be released. But again, I will let you know that as soon as we make that determination. So thank you all very much. Appreciate you being here. And just let me reiterate what's already been said. The collaboration between all of the agencies, the federal, the state, the local, all of our first responders, our EMS personnel, our fire department, again, just a massive response, immediate treatment to the victims that were there, the transport of them. Again, it was a very seamless response to this tragedy. And that goes to the training that we all do repeatedly, individually as agencies and together. The incident command came together very, very quickly. And again, I could not be more proud of the response and more horrified at the act. So thank you very much. Sure. Total number of 9, and that includes the suspect. So there are 6 victims that are injured, 2 victims that are dead, and 1 suspect. And that's, let me just reiterate this because I'm not sure we said this. We have no reason to believe at this point that he did not act alone. So there is no further threat to our community at this point.
All right, so that's the whole press conference right there. And before I go on to the next thing, let me acknowledge the members as well as the super chat. Shout out to Stay Positive for being a member for 33 months. He said, "Hey, Sorian and fam, our new Black media really matters. B1, I appreciate you." Shout out to Doc Spencer for being a member for 3 months. I appreciate you. And also shout out to SG Johnson for the 5. He said, "I had to throw this for the Triple P early. I appreciate that." And shout out to everyone who was there for that. So now we're about to move on to this next piece of audio. And this is coming from CBS. I think this is a CBS.
No.
Yeah, CBS News. So let's see what they're talking about on here. He says FSU student shares his experience following deadly campus shooting.
Classes remain canceled at Florida State University following Thursday's deadly shooting as authorities work to figure out the events that led to the incident. Philip Allison joins us now. He is an FSU student who works at the student union where the shooting occurred, although he wasn't working at the time. Philip, my condolences to you and the entire FSU community. I'm so sorry for what you all are going through. How are you doing today?
I'm doing all right given the circumstances. There's still a level of shock about everything, but at this point, some people are trying to, I guess, get back into the swing of things, because even though this tragedy just happened, we still have to go back to, a lot of the things in our lives, even though class is canceled. I know when the attack started yesterday, I was just walking back from one of the dining halls, and I heard what I assumed was construction. We have construction all the time. I hear it all the time. Then, cops went up everywhere, and had to make a very ungraceful rush back to my dorm, lock the door, and just wait it out. A very stressful moment for all of us, especially the ones who were closer to the actual attack. I was very lucky, all things considered. But other people who were in the union, I have friends who were in the union. I have friends who saw the actual shooting. They're having a hard time pushing through right now. And I said earlier about trying to get back into the swing of things. For some people, it's a lot harder. I noticed a lot of kids with suitcases, a lot of cars leaving Tallahassee. A lot of people are going back home just to be with their families. My RA from my dorm sent out a poll to see who is staying, who's going. I say it's about 50-50 right now. So a lot of people are leaving, a lot of people are still staying. I personally would like to stay. I'm staying right now, just because I don't want this to derail my life. I know it's very hard to get through, and I know I'm very lucky in a lot of ways because it didn't happen right in front of me. But I'm just trying to keep most everything together. And that's a sentiment that some other people at the school are also sharing. I went to the same dining hall today that I did yesterday. People were still there. The gym still is about half full. Like I said, there's a good portion of people who are heading out for the weekend with their families, but there's still a good number of people who are staying here. And I think that just comes down to a personal decision of whether you want to push through it here or would rather just take some time to recollect yourself in the wake of such a tragedy.
Philip, how close in proximity is the dining hall dorm route that you were on from the student union?
Well, dining hall is a bit of the way down the road from the student union. I usually just take a diagonal path back. If I had to guess, it would have been like a 5-minute walk from the union. I make that walk all the time when I go to work. When I first heard the shots, I had no idea in terms of what the proximity was to me. But luckily it was still in the union.
We're hearing that the response time by police was very fast, and the way you describe it, you heard the shots and then you saw police running. Is that your understanding as well, that the response was very quick from law enforcement?
From what I've seen, I spent most of the lockdown in my room. I didn't have a great view of everything, but I'd never seen FSU PD moving like that before. That was when I kind of realized that something was up, that it wasn't just construction. When you see a cop just going across campus that quickly, it's like something serious. I also saw a bunch of students kind of running, covering their heads, and that kind of told me what was going on.
Philip, again, we are so sorry that we're talking to you under these circumstances, but we appreciate your time and we appreciate you answering these questions, and we hope that you have a good rest of your semester. Thank you.
All right, so that video right there, that was from one of the people that was at this there on campus the day of the shooting. So I guess they just wanted to interview someone who was there so they can get a firsthand account of what was going on. Now I have one more video to go over, and then I'll go ahead and drop the link. So this one says, well, first off, that has something completely different to do. That's about Luigi Mangione. It says FSU student says mass shooting suspect was asked to leave political club over comments. So now we might have a little slight motive as to why he did this, but let's see what they're talking about.
Following the latest developments out of Tallahassee, Florida, where a mass shooting left 2 people dead and 6 others injured. It happened at Florida State University. Police say the suspect is a 20-year-old student at school. He is the stepson of a sheriff's deputy who was able to get his hands on his stepmother's former service revolver. We're joined now by FSU student Reed Seabold, who was on campus when all this took place. Reed, before I ask you about what happened and your experience during this mass shooting, just how are you doing? How are you feeling? How does your family feel knowing that you survived another mass shooting in America?
I haven't really begun to process any of this. There's still so much adrenaline pumping through my body. And my family, they're relieved that I'm okay and I'm alive, and the same with my friends and my loved ones. But we're really at a loss because this wasn't a failure of gun control. This was simply a failure.
Yeah. But I think you're right on about that, because as we've reported, the suspect allegedly got the weapon from his mother, who was a sheriff's deputy, a stepmother. Where were you when the shooting happened?
For sure. So I was in the Bellamy building, the College of Social Sciences. We were in the basement. We had our class canceled so we could work on a group project, but our group made the decision to go into the classroom to work. And so we were down there. 2 students ran in yelling about a shooting. And from there, we very quickly locked down. We were locked down for about an hour. And we were, hugging those next to us for some comfort. Didn't matter if we knew them or not. It was just the person next to you. And we were getting ready for the worst.
When getting ready for the worst, I can't imagine. I mean, can you take me through your state of mind and the state of mind of your fellow students at that moment when you realize that there is a mass shooting happening, and you have no idea where this individual is, the suspect, and where he is shooting people from? So it could be anywhere. I can't imagine sort of the mental gymnastics that one has to do to try to wrap your mind around the unknown like that.
Sure. So I everyday carry, and the only place I don't carry is on campus because it's a felony, and those who are lawful gun owners and those who carry legally don't either. So my initial feeling was of nakedness, if you will. I felt unsafe because I didn't have the agency to protect myself and those around me. And so what we instead of going to protection, we actually went into intelligence mode. Because this is a class for the Florida State Intelligence Program. So we all went on an intelligence finding mission, essentially. We were trying to get any information possible from wherever we could. And we started to see a bunch of misinformation. At some point, my mother heard about 34 people being dead. And so that's kind of when it started to worry us, was when there was a bunch of different reports.
So you knew the suspect apparently from a political club at your former college. We've heard from some folks who grew up with him. I'm always apprehensive to suggest that somebody who commits a heinous act because they're introverted or because they're quiet or because they may seem strange to people would lead them to believe that someone could do such a thing. I was an introverted kid. I was quiet. I didn't have a lot of friends growing up, and I never once thought to do anything like this. So what can you tell us about who he was and what type of person he was?
For sure. So, like you said, I'm not going to speculate as to why he might have done it, but Phoenix had a history of espousing alt-right and white supremacist rhetoric. I remember hearing somewhere that at some point he said that Rosa Parks was in the wrong. He continued to do this, and when he was part of that club, to which I was president, it got to the point where we had to ask him to leave. And at some point after I had left, he had been allowed back, and according to the current president, he continued to espouse white supremacist rhetoric. Now, I'm not.
There it is. There it is. There it is. Somebody had asked earlier, what kind of stuff was he into? Let me run it back.
Point where we had to ask him to leave. And at some point after I had left, he had been allowed back, and according to the current president, he continued to espouse white supremacist rhetoric.
There it is. It only took us 3 videos, well, 3.5, because we still got like a little over a minute left with this one, to get to the meat and potatoes of it. So he was spouting white supremacist rhetoric in this club that didn't allow him to do it. He came back and was still doing it. Now, as True Royal says, the plot thickens. So now it's gonna make me wonder, what's on them hard drives? Like, what kind of online forums was he in? What kind of, did he keep a journal? Was he did he have a Discord, a Telegram, or Reddit, whatever? And what was he saying on there? Because if he was sprouting white supremacist rhetoric, you can almost guarantee that he was anti-Black.
Now, I'm not going to say whether
that too, Mansa Musa, did he have a manifesto?
That's why he would have shot up the school or not. But there was a history there. I don't think it had anything to do with him being quiet or off. We really don't know.
So wait, Reed, you essentially kicked him out of the club. Can you just, besides suggesting to folks that Rosa Parks was in the wrong, what would have led you to remove him from this club?
For sure. So it got to the point really where he was making enough people uncomfortable to where it was either he shows up or a good number of people show up. And that's kind of when we had to make that decision. But he took it well, all things considered, you know, nothing to raise a red flag. And from what I understand, he ended up at the Turning Point chapter on campus, seemed to have found friends there, I guess. But I haven't really kept up with him much since then. I've seen him a couple times in passing, but he, you know, seemed fairly normal.
And in your club, there were no writing submissions, or in other words, there's nothing on paper of him espousing some of those views when he was part of this club?
No, this is just a roundtable talk group about, you know, current events of the day. We didn't really keep minutes or anything. We just, you know, it was supposed to be a respectful conversation among peers. And when he went beyond that, that's when we had to do that.
Wow. All right. Some really fascinating insight there from Reed Siebold, a student at Florida State University who knew the suspected shooter. Reed, thanks for your time. I'm glad you're okay. I'm glad you and your classmates are okay. And stay safe out there.
Okay. So now that we know that, this just made me want to go down the rabbit hole even further with this one. Now that we know that he spouted white supremacist rhetoric, that made me, while that video was playing, go in Google. I had to put myself on mute because I know y'all didn't want to hear my ASMR style typing. And this is what I came across here. Hold on, let me share my screen right quick, because he mentioned something about Rosa Parks. So all I did was I went to Google and I typed in Phoenix Inkner Phoenix Inkner Rosa Parks, and this is what came up. Florida State University shooting suspect thought Rosa Parks was quote unquote wrong and black people were ruining his neighborhood. Dated Friday, April 18, 2025. Now, my thing is this. Why didn't that come up in the press conference, or did they quote unquote not know about it? That's what I'd like to know. We're going to read through this. Because I wasn't even expecting to read an article, but since we're here, we might as well go all the way. FSU shooting suspect Phoenix Inkner was known for his controversial views as a student who espoused so much white supremacist rhetoric. The suspect in a mass shooting yesterday at Florida State University opened fire on the college campus at 11:50 a.m. local time, but according to his classmates, he had crossed the line before. After officials identified the shooter as the son of a sheriff, Phoenix Inkner, age 20, who killed 2 and left 6 injured in the melee, his classmates are speaking out to fill in the picture of who he was. Inkner, who changed his name from Christian Gunnar Erickson to Phoenix Inkner in 2020, was known by some as a normal college dude, according to NBC News. However, others, including FSU senior Reed Siebold, claim Inkner espoused white supremacist ideals. Siebold knew Inkner from a political debate club at Tallahassee State College, which I believe was the guy that was just speaking in the video, where he attended for 2 years before transferring to FSU. He told the outlet that Inkner espoused so much white supremacist rhetoric and far-right rhetoric as well that he was ultimately asked not to return. Another member of the group and current president, Riley Pousins, confirmed to NBC that Inkner supported President Donald Trump's political agenda and often touted white supremacist ideals, even though the club was nonpartisan. Pousins added how many in the club considered the suspect a fascist. He said that after the meetings, the suspect would often make more inappropriate comments. According to the current club president, Inkner would go up to the line in meetings and then cross the line in discussions later. Inkner was known for his controversial views inside the classroom as well. I got into arguments with him in class over how gross the things he said were. Lucas Luzietti, a politics student who shared a class with Inkner. According to Lucas, Inkner lauded right-wing conspiracy theories and hateful ideas. He reportedly pushed theories like former President Joe Biden gained the office illegally, Rosa Parks was in the wrong, and black people were, quote, ruining his neighborhood. I remember this man should not have access to firearms, Lucas told the outlet, adding, what are you supposed to do? His mother was a cop, and Florida doesn't have very strong red flag laws. Red flag laws currently on the books in 21 states and the District of Columbia can enable someone who is worried about a gun owner posing a danger to themselves, to others, to have the authorities seize the weapons. In January, a week before the inauguration, Inkner was quoted in FSU student newspaper in a story about anti-Trump protests happening on campus. January was also the last time he attended the debate club. I wouldn't be surprised if it was around that time that he started to plot out what he did last month. The rally organized by Tallahassee Students for a Democratic Society called for an end to the war on the Gaza Strip, racist attack on immigrants, according to the article. These people are usually pretty entertaining, usually not for good reasons, said Inkner, who was listed as a political science major, according to an archive online report from FSUnews.com. I think it's a little too late. He, as in Trump, is already going to be inaugurated on January 20th. And there's not really much you can do unless you outright revolt, and I don't think anyone wants that. After the shooting on Thursday, the student newspaper removed Inkner's quote from the article at the decision of our editors to maintain ethical journalistic standards and avoid amplifying the voice of an individual responsible for violence. While speaking to NBC News, despite what Sabo did know about Inkner, he was still trying to wrap his head around why his classmate opened fire yesterday afternoon. He's quoted as saying, "I don't know why he would have done something like this. I don't know where it would have come from, but I'd sure like to find out." So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. So now we have more information that he was, let's just call it what it is. He was a white supremacist. If you spout those views, that's just, hey, that's what you are. That's what you believe. Exactly, school. Listen, at that moment right there, when he started saying stuff like that, I would have immediately said something, especially if you have proof that he did, even if you have to sneak record, like bait it out of him, which it sounds to me like he didn't have any problem just outright saying anything. You have your proof right there. Then you turn it into the authorities because you don't know where it's going to lead to. Imagine if they would have had something on him and they would have took, and they did, and they took it to the authorities months ago. Right. It's not like he just started doing that and then the next week he did what he did. You didn't have enough time to, get something out there. Mm-hmm. But they started noticing this back in January. Wow. But anyway, there's the link, y'all. If y'all would like to come up and speak, y'all feel free to go ahead, and I will be turning on the timer. So if anybody would like to come up, that's 2 minutes.
Update on the cops involved in the Tyre Nichols killer. I know, but
follow what's going on.
What's going on, Tony? What's going on in the chat? First off, condolences to those people that got injured for somebody acting like an asshole.
Yeah, shout out to Wallow J too. But they only had 2 people come up. All right, so what are your thoughts on the Florida State University mass shooting and mass shooter?
I don't know what to think about it. I really
Phoenix Eichner.
Did they ever show what the victims were?
No, they haven't showed yet.
He's obviously on some racial shit.
This literally just happened like 2 weeks ago.
Surely they would have had a victim list by now.
Right.
So they ignoring it for a reason, right?
Yeah.
So that sounds kind of, something to bring up.
Yes.
They're not talking about it, so why though?
Right.
And the public might want to know what the victims are.
Right.
It's so racial and what did the stepmama say?
Exactly.
So questions. They have no answers. At least for what that all that was.
All right. So the next topic is Torian. Torian cops responsible for death of Tyre Nichols found not guilty on all charges.
When I first got wind of this, I had to do a few breathing exercises because I was in a place where if I really wanted to say what I wanted to say, I probably would have got kicked out of there, or at the very least had people looking at me kind of funny. And I wish I could say I'm surprised by this, but a piece of me was saying to myself, it's no way that no jury, after what we saw in the video with Tyre Nichols over a year ago, would have found these 3 not guilty. For once, I actually was being optimistic that they would actually get it right, especially considering that the cops happened to be black. And, you know, Tyre Nichols was black himself. But you know what? That blue wall, that is what probably ended up giving them the protection. Now, we all know if Tyre Nichols had been a white man, they probably would have found them guilty of every single charge possible. So in case y'all are unaware, a major update in the trial involving these three degenerates just came out, and it's stated, as you can see right there, 3 former Memphis police officers found not guilty in the death of Tyre Nichols. Mind you, they had several charges attached to them, and they were found not guilty on every last charge. Not one charge were they found guilty of. Now, I also have to preface this as well. These were the state charges. If I'm not mistaken, I believe they had federal charges as well. And remember, when this story first broke, I was on this thing. I was on this story heavy when it happened. And I was so pissed because we all saw that video and we saw how all of that went down. Like these 3, as well as the others that were there,
y'all remember,
beat this man to death. Like they beat him within an inch of his life, and then he died in the hospital while he's crying out for his mom, and they're mocking him, they're laughing at him, they're recording themselves. And you mean to tell me a jury looked at them and all the evidence and said, oh, they're not guilty?
You're always running for mayor.
Let me go ahead and just get into it. And by the way, like I said, y'all probably was expecting me to maybe do a live about this, and I would have, but I just didn't have the time to squeeze in a live, so that's why I'm doing this as a pre-record. And y'all will see this right ahead of the True Crime Sunday. A jury found 3 former Memphis, Tennessee police officers not guilty of all charges in the death of Tyre Nichols, including the most serious charge of second-degree murder. The men, Tadarius Bean, Demetrius Haley, and Justice Smith, faced a total of 7 counts in a state trial for their role in the 2023 fatal beating of Nichols, a 29-year-old father who had told officers he was on his way home when they stopped him. They hugged each other and their attorneys after the verdict was read. The Nichols family left the courtroom without speaking to the media after the verdict. They spoke briefly with Shelby County District Attorney Steve Mulroy, who said they were devastated and outraged. I think we can understand why they'd be outraged by this result, given the evidence, he said. A total of 5 former officers were initially fired and charged with both federal and state crimes related to Nichols' death. 2 pleaded guilty in federal court last year and testified against their former colleagues. Both Emmett Martin and Desmond Mills also intend to plead guilty to state offenses in which they're probably going to get the slap on the wrist, just like the 3 we're talking about right now. This was the second time the 3 officers faced trial. Last fall, they were convicted in a separate federal case of witness tampering from misleading superiors about their actions. Okay, so the federal thing already happened. So the federal was just more light. In the state, this is where the state trial was where the heavy stuff was. So yeah, they pretty much walked. They pretty much walked away from this. Bean and Smith were acquitted of violating Nichols' civil rights, but the jury found Haley guilty. The officers pulled Nichols over on January 7, 2023 for a traffic stop that spiraled into violence. Nichols ran on foot after being pepper sprayed and threatened with a stun gun. Graphic body camera footage and a police neighborhood surveillance camera captured officers then either restraining, kicking, punching, or striking him with a baton as they took him into custody. He eventually went into cardiac arrest at the scene, according to a responding paramedic and medical records. He died at the hospital 3 days later. An autopsy attributed his death to blunt force trauma to the head. Throughout the trial, the sequestered jury from the Chattanooga, Tennessee area watched video footage of the arrest multiple times from multiple angles, and they still came up with the verdict of not guilty. That's the crazy part.
Yeah, that's the crazy part.
Prosecutors said the men on trial either used or witnessed excessive force and failed to stop it. Officers also didn't alert medical responders. The prosecution said that Nichols had been struck in the head. Over about 2.5 days, prosecutors moved quickly, calling only 5 witnesses, including Mills, a medical examiner, and Nichols' mother, Rovon Wells. Delivering her closing arguments Monday, Assistant District Attorney Melanie Headley encouraged jurors to listen closely to the videos. She said that as Nichols struggled with his injuries before being cuffed, he moans for help. Who was supposed to help him? Those guys, they've got a duty to help him. And they don't, she said. No witness told you Tyre punched, Tyre kicked, Tyre spit, he didn't cuss, he didn't do any of those things. Headley also emphasized the law of criminal responsibility for the jurors, which they could use to convict the officers of second-degree murder using proof that a defendant's guilt is based on the conduct of another person. They're all out there, she said. They're all doing it together. Defense attorney for the 3 former officers pushed back and said that although Nichols' death was a tragedy, he posed an unknown risk to officers because he fled the stop before he was searched. And see that, I'm like, if that's all they really got from it, then why did you even bother going to trial? That means y'all was ready to let them go just based on that alone. Yeah. And even with that, that was no reason for them to do what they did. You basically excuse their actions. And before I go any further, remember, these cops that did this were a part of that quote unquote scorpion unit. They basically, let's just say, an organized gang with inside that police department. Each defendant called his own use of force experts who testified that the individuals used their police training to escalate force against Nichols to handcuff him when they say he resisted. The defense also sought to blame Nichols' death on Martin, who was shown on video repeatedly kicking and punching Nichols in the head. Attorneys for Smith and Bean dispute whether they were unable to see or stop Martin's conduct due to the heavy use of pepper spray and the chaos of the arrest. First of all, they didn't see it. And second of all, they could not let go of the suspect, Martin Zumach, who represents Smith, said, "This is crazy to evaluate this case on slow motion video in a 70-degree courtroom versus out there on a dark street." Haley, who arrived at the arrest scene last and kicked Nichols, which his attorney says was to the arm and necessary to help handcuff him. That is a load of crap. Again, when you look at that video, you tell me if any of the stuff that any of those cops did in that video to Tyre Nichols was proper use of force. And you let me know what you think about that. Right. This case is a case that started with officers doing a legal investigation, having probable cause to stop a motorist, having probable cause to put him in handcuffs and search him, and then everything falling apart from there when Mr. Nichols would not cooperate. There it is. So they're basically now saying that now that they've been found not guilty, that Tyre Nichols brought his death on himself. That's literally how this is all playing itself out, that Tyre Nichols is the reason why he's deceased. It's all his fault. You know, let's just blame the victim. That's how it's reading to me, just with that statement right there. For the first time, the defense introduced evidence of items that investigators found in Nichols' car, including a small amount of hallucinogenic drug. The defense also said there were credit and debit cards not in Nichols' name that the defense alleges were stolen. So now here's the part where they are pushing back. They're not pushing back, but they're going after the victim. They're basically putting him on trial and saying even more reason why we had to do what we did. Because I didn't know about the part that they just mentioned about the hallucinogenic drug and the so-called debit cards that were stolen. The prosecution said that officers did not know about the contents at the time of the arrest and that the contents were irrelevant to the officer's conduct. Exactly, because if they were, that would have came out 2 years ago. Like I said, I didn't know about that until now. So yeah, the prosecutors was right on that. That has nothing to do with it because even they were unaware of it. That has nothing to do with the case. Nichols ran from the traffic stop, the prosecution said, because of the officer's aggressive tactics, which included pulling him from his car and shouting combative threats and commands, which we all saw on the body cam footage. It's all there. You know who's not on trial this week? Tyre Nichols. Headley said he's the victim in this case. In the wake of his death, Nichols' parents have become vocal advocates for police reform. His mother is suing the city of Memphis for $550 million. The case is slated to go to trial next year. And that's for, I'm guessing that's like a civil suit. Yeah. But yeah, so there you go. Like I said, I want to say that I'm not surprised, but I'm slightly surprised because if y'all look back in my commentary talking about this, I was looking at it and saying there's no way that they can put these guys on trial and not find them guilty. Like if you go back, I literally say that. And here we are over 2 years later. And well, it looks like if I was a betting man, I would have lost that bet.
These were the three that said.
And now when you look at this situation right here, that tells me two things. One, that that if you're a black cop, and you do this to another black person, now you probably have a chance to possibly get away with this. Not saying that that will always happen for you. And two, that what Rodney Hinton Jr. did on the behalf of his son Ryan was completely justified.
Right.
And I will be talking about that in a live at a later date. So believe me when I tell you, I will be talking about Rodney Hinton at further length at a later date. This is what it tells me right here, because you can't sit up here and tell me with all the mental molecular things going on in your brain and your eyes to see that these three right here were all found not guilty on every single state charge. There is no way you can sit up there and tell me that, especially if you watched that video that millions of other people watched. And everyone who watched that video, a good 99% of the people with a functioning brain said, oh, these cops are some savages. Oh, they deserve to go to jail. Oh, they need to have the book thrown at them. Oh, they need to be buried underneath the judicial system, and so on and so forth. I don't think I heard one say, oh, they need to go home. Oh, they should be found not guilty. Oh, this, that, oh, that. So they dropped the ball. Another thing I have to ask is this, and maybe someone can find this out for me. What was the makeup jury? What was the makeup of that jury? Demographic wise, ethnic wise, gender wise, all of that stuff. I need to know. What was the demographic of that jury? Because that would tell a story as well. But y'all let me know what y'all think about this down in the comments, and I will talk to you in the next one. I don't know how I missed this part right here. And I had to go back and do some additional research and see to myself, something is just not connected for me for how they were able to find these three not guilty on every single charge, even though we saw everything that should have clearly convicted them. And then when I went back and saw an updated article to what I've already going over, this popped up. And this is from a separate article. An out-of-town jury from a majority white county took about 8.5 hours over 2 days to find Tadarius Bean, Demetrius Haley, and Justin Smith not guilty on all charges after a 9-day trial in state court in Memphis, which is majority black. After the jury's verdict was read, the defendants hugged their lawyers as relatives of the former officers cried. Outside the courtroom, one relative yelled, "Thank you, Jesus." The biggest takeaway from this statement, from this part right here, is an out-of-town jury from a majority white county. So there you go. That is how they were able to get off, because they know if this was a majority black jury, they would have been found guilty on everything.
Right.
So that's why they did it. Jury nullification is what got these three monsters off. Well, like I said, at least we can lean on with the federal charges, but still they should have got them on the state charges. But now that I know this, now I see how they got off, because I'm sitting here saying to myself, how in the world did they walk from that on them state charges?
Right.
And now it all makes sense. It all came down to this. And I also side-eye that judge as well, because he had a hand in this and all of this stuff right here. So now it's all become very clear to me. So that's how they were able to get away with this, unfortunately.
But wait, there's more. On top of that, many in Memphis are continuing to react to the not guilty verdicts in the death of Tyre Nichols. And tonight, the most shocking reaction of all: wanted posters disturbing calls for vigilante justice for the three former police officers who were acquitted in Tyre's death. Good evening, and thank you for joining us. I'm Greg Hurst.
Hi, I'm Stephanie Skurlock. The posters are located on light poles in Cooper Young. WREG's Raven Copeland has reaction to the verdicts and the message for the city during this time.
We have gotten so much injustice from this city.
Say that.
That is ridiculous.
Say that.
My son was murdered.
That's right.
By 5 Memphis police
That's
officers.
Right. Murder.
He was murdered.
Murder.
And 3 of them got off.
There are people in the Memphis community who share some of the same emotions that Tyre Nichols' family is carrying. Some are more vocal than others. Wanted posters in Cooper Young say the 3 former officers are wanted dead or unalive for Nichols' deadly police beating.
I don't condone those posters at all. I haven't seen them. You see them? Okay, I haven't seen those posters. I don't condone the posting of those posters. What I do understand is a deep hurt and agony and pain for people in this city right now.
Representative Justin Pearson says he encourages the community to express their emotions, but he advises them to do it in a nonviolent way. However, he also voiced his disappointment over Wednesday's verdict.
And for someone to see those videos of Tyre Nichols being beaten to death by these officers and to come back with not guilty, like that does something.
The verdict in Nichols's deadly police beating has also resulted in distrust of the Memphis Police Department. However, Memphis Mayor Paul Young and Police Chief C.J. Davis say they're focused on restoring the community's perception of the city's law enforcement.
We recognize the pain and grief this incident has caused, and the men and women of the Memphis Police Department remain committed to rebuilding trust and working together toward a stronger, safer Memphis for all.
Reporting from Cooper Young, for your news leader, Raven Copeland, WREG News Channel 3.
Now, I'm going to be honest with you. Seeing this was not on my bingo card as it pertains to the update with this. The people down there in Memphis are not playing. I never thought I would actually see this actually happen right here. Now, this right here probably shocked me more than the actual outcome of the case itself. People down there put up wanted posters for these three. Now, when I first saw this, it kind of threw me off a little bit with the verbiage, and then I had to look at it again. I was like, oh, I see what they did there. They said wanted dead or unalive instead of dead or alive. So basically they said, we can write this any way we want, but this is the outcome we want as it pertains to these individuals. So basically, whoever put these up, and I'm sure they're not going to put out there who did put them up, they want their head. Okay, they don't want them breathing. That's how people are feeling down there about this. And also, if you didn't pick up on this, and this is something I noticed when I was listening to the press conference with Tyre Nichols' mother, is she expressed, notice she said that her son was murdered, and you heard the people around her consistently repeating the word murder. Because the reason why they're doing that is because they're saying, we don't care what the jury came back with, or we don't care how they passed the sentence down, not the sentence, this verdict down. No way how you spin it. We all saw the video.
It was murder.
They murdered her son. And they want people to remember that no matter how not guilty they made them out to be, as it came to the decision, they took out her son in a very brutal and savage and violent way. No matter how you try to spin it, that's what happened. In their eyes, in the public's eyes, they are guilty. Point blank, period. But yeah, the people down there in Memphis ain't playing. This actually came up about 3 hours ago. Like, I wasn't even looking for it. Like, I was like just looking to see if there's, I thought the last update that I put was the last thing that I was going to mention in the video. But this right here, I said, oh, when I saw this pop up on my recommended, I said, I definitely have to add this part in there. They are not, the people in Memphis are not playing. But 9 times out of 10, these three cops or these three individuals right here, most likely have already left the state. They're most likely not even in the state of Tennessee. But now that they see this, there's nowhere that they can really go in public anymore. Like basically, this right here was a warning to them. They are now going to be secluded and probably constantly looking over their shoulder anywhere if they go anywhere in public. That's really what it has boiled down to, because they cannot believe are very distraught and mad, and rightfully so, about the outcome of what happened with them. Again, this was the state charges, but these were some heavy charges that they had. I mean, y'all saw it on the thumbnail, the charges that they were up against or that were against them, and they found them not guilty on every last one of them. Yeah. So while the jury did find them not guilty on this, and that was some BS in and of itself, that still doesn't take away the fact that these three right here, as well as the other two, were responsible for the reason why they were even in court to begin with.
Right.
Because at the end of the day, no matter what the outcome was, a man still lost his life at their hands, at their feet rather, because I mean, they were punching him, kicking him, and taunting him. I wouldn't be surprised if they were spitting on him. I mean, it was straight up savage. Anyone who saw the video cannot deny that. So yeah, hey, it is what it is.
Yeah.
Makes me even wonder.
Tennessee ghost town, which are
Right. But that was deliberate. That was deliberate and systematic how they did how that whole thing played out. How they moved the whole case to a whole different county in an all white or majority white district, like
it is a black judge too.
well, a tether, but yeah.
And the rest of that, Jesse is black.
Yeah, peripherally. What are your thoughts, Lady Shay?
I don't understand why these black folk, regardless of being intelligent or not, whatever you're saying about that, would carry that out and carry out the motherfucking justice against another black person. You know, like Jesus. It's like it's almost intentional and personal. You know?
In order for this system to function, it has to have collaborators from the oppression
I
class.
didn't even ask you if you're just going to come back with some shit. All right. What's next? One more.
So we're down to the last topic, and that is untold history of flooding of black towns to make lakes. Ooh.
Oh, yeah.
Shout out to Black journals for this.
communities they built post-slavery. Today, it's no mistake to say that the U.S. is a country that went from enslaving black people to wiping out the communities they built post-slavery. Today, most of its white citizens are prohibiting the teaching of that history while simultaneously promoting a false account of that history.
Over the past couple years, more Americans have become familiar with the story of the Tulsa Race Massacre, where a white mob burned a vibrant black community to the ground, which is crazy. Even crazier, dozens of other black towns have been erased off the American map, not by burning them down, but by hiding them underwater.
Imagine a world where the very foundations of your community are deliberately destroyed, where the memories of your ancestors are submerged beneath the waves, and where the price of progress is paid in the currency of displacement and despair.
If we've learned one thing today, it's never assume something is unsinkable.
This is the heartbreaking reality that has haunted countless black towns across America, forcibly flooded and drowned to create lakes, reservoirs, and other waterways.
There are over 100 drowned American towns, and many were destroyed in the name of something called development-induced displacement. That's when people have to leave their homes so the government can develop things like dams or parks or lakes.
The stories of these devastated communities, hidden beneath the surface of America's tranquil lakes, are a testament to the nation's troubled past, a past marked by systemic racism, environmental injustice, and the erasure of black identity, and communities that thrived against the odds, building their own schools, churches, and businesses, integrating patiently in surroundings that has done nothing other than enslave and despise them unendingly.
These drowned towns are part of the Black American history they don't want to teach you. It's ugly and it's gross and we don't even know all of it. And the more we find out, the harder it is to love this place that would do those things to so many people.
In this video, we'll be taking a full dive into the painful histories of black towns that were flooded to make lakes and honoring the legacies of those who called them home. We shall further explore the complex web of racism, politics, and environmental exploitation that led to these tragedies, amplifying the voices of those who fought to preserve their communities and way of life. Before we continue on this painful and memorable chapter of history, kindly consider offering your support by hitting on the thumb button. Share this video with your friends, families, and associates at large. Also subscribe to our channel if you are yet to, in order to access more eye-opening and mind-blowing contents on hidden black narratives. Now let us uncover the history of the sad erasure of 20 black towns, amongst a whole several other lots of them that were drowned and turned into lakes, turning the blacks in these towns hopelessly displaced, beginning with number 1, Oscarville, Georgia.
This is Lake Lanier. It's a lake in Forsyth County, Georgia, where people go swimming and boating and fishing and do a bunch of other lakey things. But before it was Lake Lanier, it was a town called Oscarville, Georgia.
On August 3rd, the body of a 27-year-old man was found in Georgia's Lake Lanier. Days earlier, he had disappeared and drowned while swimming. The week before, another man drowned in the lake, and a few days before that, on July 27th, a 24-year-old jumped into the lake where he was electrocuted and later died. For folks who are familiar with Lake Lanier, a Georgia landmark, these tragic deaths aren't surprising. Over the years, hundreds of people have died there, making Lake Lanier one of the deadliest lakes in the United States. Christmas Day, 1964, is known as the deadliest day at Lake Lanier, when a driver lost control of their car while crossing a bridge. The car then flipped into the lake, where 5 children and 2 adults drowned. In 2012, the 11-year-old son of Tamika Foster, Usher's ex-wife, died at Lake Lanier. During the 11th anniversary of her son's death, Foster launched a petition to drain, clean, and restore the lake. Bearing in mind its history, one can only imagine what will be found if Lake Lanier is drained. Lake Lanier is a man-made 38,000-acre lake that attracts about 10 million visitors every year, bringing in a whopping sum of about $5 billion annually to North Georgia's economy. The lake is located in the affluent Forsyth County, which has the highest median income in metro Atlanta. Lake Lanier is a popular weekend destination known for fishing, boating, and so much more, including an eerie reputation that has deemed it as haunted in Georgia. This fact is especially interesting, considering that the body of water covers what was once a thriving Black community called Oscarville. The community, formed during the late 1800s, was filled with successful farmers, carpenters, and blacksmiths, until Oscarville's more than 1,000 residents were violently forced out by white Forsyth County residents.
Oscarville was a thriving, predominantly Black community with a church, a school, and dozens of homes, until the year 1912, when a very bad thing happened.
The lake's story perpetuates deep into the happenings of September 1912, when an 18-year-old white girl named Mae Crow was found injured after being assaulted in the woods less than a mile from her family's home. The wounds had been so severe that she later died, and as such, couldn't tell the tale of her ordeal in the woods. Despite the absence of witnesses or evidence, a 24-year-old Black man, Rob Edwards, was arrested, but he was later taken from the county jail by a mob of white residents, brutally beaten with crowbars, shot repeatedly, and dragged to the town square, where his mutilated body was lynched on a telephone pole. Additionally, Edwards' wife, Jane Daniel, their neighbor Ed Collins, Jane's cousin Oscar Daniel, and Oscar Daniel's cousin Ernest Knox were arrested. Knox and Oscar Daniel, both teens, were convicted by all white juries before being hung in front of about 5,000 spectators. After the trials and executions, white men, known as night riders, forced Black families out of their homes by bringing their land, churches, and schools down to nothing but ashes.
The county went from having over 1,000 Black residents in 1912 to 0 in 1920. After the Black community had been run off, the white people of Forsyth County said, you know what we could use? A big old lake. So they made one, right where the town of Oscarville had just been. They flooded the area and literally covered up the entire town with water.
By the late 1950s, what was once Oscarville was flooded for the creation of Lake Lanier.
This is what it looks like right now. But the town is still under there. The homes and churches and schools, they're still down there. And now people go boating on top of them.
According to historians, many of the community structures were not removed, including unmarked graves. And in a recent CNN report, a longtime diver, Buck Buchanan, claimed that he sometimes felt body parts in the lake while underwater. He expressed that one could reach out into the dark and feel an arm or a leg, and it doesn't move. Decades after the incident, in 1987, on an episode of The Oprah Show, Oprah Winfrey visited Forsyth County, which at the time hadn't had a Black resident in 75 years. And today, only 4.9% of the county's population is Black, 9.7% is Hispanic, and an overwhelming 72.6% of the residents are white, with 63.9% identifying as non-Hispanic white people. Number 2, Coahuila, Benson, Alabama.
Ever heard of Coahuila, Alabama? It was once a thriving Black community with a Black college, the first Black railroad, and literally hundreds of family homes. Today, it's Lake Martin. At least they had the decency to name it after a Black person.
Coahuila, Alabama, nestled along the shores of Lake Martin in Tallapoosa County, holds a unique place in the history of Alabama. Coahuila was founded by an enslaved individual named John Jackson Benson, who later became a freeman. On gaining his freedom, he went on a journey to rescue his sister in Florida, who was separated during slavery, and they made their way back to Alabama, where John worked in coal mines, and after earning $100 from his work, he used the money to purchase a portion of the land he was enslaved on. After purchasing the land, he worked the land until it yielded a profit. Then he used the profit to buy more of the land. He repeated the process until he owned about 3,000 acres of the land. Benson soon built a farmhouse, sawmill, cotton gin, grist mill, brickyard, and school, helping Coahuila to grow into a community that housed Black and white families. The community is a home to the first Black-owned railroad started by William E. Benson and the Black school Coahuila Academic and Industrial Institute. John Benson's son, William E. Benson, was the founding president of the Dixie Industrial Company. The Dixie Industrial Company was able to succeed by exporting lumber to Europe. Unfortunately, the company lost financial control due to their exporting ports being closed because of World War II, and Benson was replaced as president by the company's largest stockholder. The case was later taken to court, but the Dixie Industrial Company was eventually lost. Coahuila's hopes for future growth came crashing with the construction of Martin Dam on the Tallapoosa River in 1926. The Martin Dam was constructed by the Alabama Power Company to generate hydroelectric power. The dam created Lake Martin, one of the largest man-made lakes in the United States at the time of its completion. The creation of Lake Martin brought significant changes to the region. One of the biggest changes was the closing of the Coahuila community. The residents of Coahuila were displaced by the building of the Martin Dam and the financial troubles that were caused by the exporting ports being closed. Once the Martin Dam was completed, the flow of water from the dam flooded the community of Coahuila, leaving another Black-owned community underwater. Number 3, Seneca Village in New York City.
And if you think this kind of thing only happened in the South, let me introduce you to a place called Central Park. Central Park used to have a Black community in it called York Hill. But the city of New York destroyed York Hill so that they could build the Central Park Reservoir. Because if there's one thing New York needs, it's another place for ducks to hang out. When the residents of York Hill were kicked out of their homes, they fled to another Black community nearby called Seneca Village. And then a few years later, New York destroyed Seneca Village too, so that they could build Central Park on top of it.
Before Central Park was created, the landscape along what is now the park's perimeter, from West 82nd to West 89th Street, was the site of Seneca Village, a community of predominantly African Americans, many of whom owned properties. By 1855, the village consisted of approximately 225 residents, made up of roughly 2/3 African Americans, 1/3 Irish immigrants, and a small number of individuals of German descent. One of few African American enclaves at the time, Seneca Village allowed residents to live away from the more built-up sections of downtown Manhattan and escape the unhealthy conditions and racial discrimination they faced there. The village was founded in 1825 when landowners in the area, John and Elizabeth Whitehead, subdivided their land and sold it as 200 lots. Andrew Williams, a 25-year-old African-American shoe shiner, bought the first 3 lots for $125. Also, Epiphany Davis, a store clerk, bought 12 lots for $578 US, and the AME Zion Church purchased another 6 lots. From there, a community was born. From 1825 to 1832, the The Whiteheads sold about half of their land parcels to other African Americans, and by the early 1830s, there were no less than 10 homes in the village. There's a couple pieces of evidence that shows that residents had gardens and raised livestock in Seneca Village, and the nearby Hudson River was a likely source of fishing for the community. A nearby spring, known as Tanner's Spring, provided a water source. By the mid-1850s, Seneca Village comprised 50 homes and 3 churches, as well as burial grounds, and a school for African American students. For African Americans, Seneca Village offered the opportunity to live in an autonomous community, far from the densely populated downtown. Despite New York State's abolition of slavery in 1827, discrimination was still prevalent throughout New York City and severely limited the lives of African Americans. Seneca Village's remote location likely provided a refuge from this climate. It also provided an escape from the unhealthy and crowded conditions of the city and access to more space both inside and outside the home. Compared to other African Americans living in New York, residents of Seneca Village seem to have been more stable and prosperous. By 1855, approximately half of them owned their own homes. With property ownership came other rights not commonly held by African Americans in the city, namely the right to vote. The fact that many residents were property owners contradicts some common misperceptions during the mid-19th century that the people living on the land slated for the park were poor squatters living in shanties. While a few residents lived in shanties and in crowded conditions, most lived in 2-story homes. Census records show that residents were employed, with African Americans typically employed as laborers and in service jobs, the main options for them at the time. Records also show that most children who lived in Seneca Village attended school. By the early 1850s, the city began planning for a large municipal park to counter unhealthful urban conditions and provide space for recreation. In 1853, the New York State Legislature enacted a law that set aside 775 acres of land in Manhattan from the 59th to the 106th streets between 5th and 8th Avenues to create the country's first major landscape public park. The city acquired the land through eminent domain, the law that allows the government to take private land for public use with some compensation paid to the landowner. This was a common practice in the 19th century and had been used to build Manhattan's grid of streets decades earlier. There were roughly 1,600 inhabitants displaced throughout the area. Although landowners were compensated, many argued that their land was undervalued. Ultimately, all residents had to leave by the end of 1857, and with that, the Seneca Village was torn down for the construction of Central Park. The only thing that remains of the community is a commemorative plaque, dedicated in 2001 to the Lost Village. Number 4, Susanna, Alabama. Beneath some of Lake Martin's deepest waters, the Blue Creek town of Susanna was a thriving business center before the construction of Martin Dam nearly 100 years ago. According to Alabama Living magazine, more than 900 bodies were moved from cemeteries before the land was submerged. The town once included a gold mine, a school, 2 mercantiles, a grist mill, a flour mill, a sawmill, a blacksmith shop, and a church. Number 5, Vanport, Oregon. A perfect storm of racism, poor urban planning and flood management, bad weather and community history conspired to construct the Vanport disaster. As World War II ramped up, Portland shipyards began pumping out ships as fast as they could. Laborers flocked to Portland for the abundant shipyard jobs, and so workforce housing was desperately needed, especially for Black workers, who were excluded from living in most Portland neighborhoods by racist policies and laws. Located between Vancouver and Portland, Vanport was a massive wartime housing development built to address the region's pressing need for affordable accommodation. Constructed in a remarkable 110 days, Vanport consisted of 10,000 inexpensive units, situated on a diked floodplain of the Columbia River. Vanport grew to be the largest Black community in the state, home to institutions like the Vanport Extension Center, which later became Portland State University. After the war, residents started to move out of Vanport to areas with greener pastures, but other housing options were still limited for Black people and other people of color. such as Japanese Americans who had been released from internment camps. So, many of them stayed back. By 1948, the Vanport population included 12,600 whites, 5,000 African Americans, and 900 Japanese Americans. Then came the flood. In late May 1948, snowmelt and heavy rainfall caused the Columbia to rise and overflow its banks. Despite being in a floodplain, Vanport was not evacuated. Even worse, residents were specifically told that they were safe, therefore leaving the human residents unevacuated. Moreover, hundreds of horses stabled at a nearby racetrack were removed before the flood. The tragic result led to the loss of many lives and the total destruction of the Vanport development. The flood not only destroyed physical homes and everything in them, but also scattered a vibrant community. Number 6, Eureka, Montella, and Lacc. To provide water for New York City, the construction of the Rondout Reservoir displaced the 3 growing African American communities of Eureka, Montella, and Lacc that were in the area. All structures were removed, all fences, trees, hedges, even tall weeds and roads were dug up to maintain the purity of the future water supply. Property owners were required to put in claims for the value of their lands and were usually paid less than half of the asking price. Provision was also made to pay 6 months' lost wages for resulting loss of employment in businesses closed because of the project. An attempt by the village of Ellenville to stop the reservoir on the grounds that it would hinder the future public health, welfare, and development of the village did not succeed. To add salt to injury, residents were denied easy access to the new roadways by the placement far within the taking line, although the local towns attempted to fight this in court. In the end, the interests of New York City and its need for water trumped the concerns of the locals. Number 7, Willow Grove, Tennessee. The community was established by African Americans seeking to create safe havens and economic opportunities for themselves, away from the racial segregation and discrimination that pervaded much of the South. It was a small community situated along the Cumberland River and was Clay County's second largest town at its peak, with a grist mill, school, several churches, and a few businesses. The town's promising future was halted in the 1940s when the plan to build the Dale Hollow Reservoir was announced. Residents were forced to relocate prior to the demolition of their homes and businesses and the flooding of the area. The townspeople even held a farewell celebration at a community picnic in the schoolyard in 1942. Today, the area is still submerged, and the remnants of Willow Grove, now known as the town that drowned, are hidden beneath the reservoir's surface, making it an underwater ghost town, remembered by local history and the occasional tale from old residents. With a visit to the area, you may spot the tops of buildings and structures still intact under the surface. Number 8, Guild in Marion County, Tennessee. Located along the Tennessee River, the Hales Bar Dam in Guild, Tennessee is steeped in history and haunting tales. Once a revolutionary hydroelectric facility, it was plagued by construction accidents and later decommissioned and abandoned in the 1960s. As the dam was constructed, the flooding of the area below the dam submerged an entire city, including the town cemetery. Known as Long Cemetery, it was not emptied of bodies before the flooding, and many say the spirits of those buried still haunt the site to this day. Visitors often speak of ghosts and unexplained phenomena near the powerhouse and surrounding waters. With its combination of historical significance and supernatural lore, Hales Bar Dam invites exploration for paranormal enthusiasts and curious guests alike. Number 9, Lewiston, Tennessee. The community is situated in Big Ridge State Park in Maynardville and is an underwater town that tells a story of loss and nostalgia. Once home to a vibrant community called Lewiston in the early 19th century, it was submerged in the mid-1900s when the area was flooded to create a reservoir, leaving behind remnants of homes and buildings beneath the water's surface. At the time, about 70 residents were displaced and relocated to surrounding counties. Remnants of the structures, including several businesses, schools, and churches, were covered by water and still remain below the surface of the lake to this day. Exploring the area, one gets a certain eerie stillness of the lake that often gives way to whispers of the past, with tales and struggles of those who once lived in the town surfacing in the minds of visitors. Many report sightings of old structures just below the water. The combination of serene natural beauty and ghostly lore makes Loyston Sea at Big Ridge State Park a fascinating destination to add to your itinerary. Number 10, Tharp, Tennessee. Nestled in the rolling hills of Middle Tennessee, Tharp was once a thriving community, originally known as Iron Mountain, named for the giant furnace that was constructed in the mid-1800s due to the discovery of iron ore deposits in the area. The small town had a post office, general store, school, mills, churches, and even a doctor's office, which still stands today. Eventually, after the Civil War, a lumber company purchased the old furnace lands, and eventually a railroad tie company used the area to make railroad ties. Though the town was never incorporated, by the early 1900s, Tharp had a blacksmith shop and even a tobacco pricing factory. However, by the late 1960s, when the land between the lakes was created, the small but active town seemingly disappeared off the map. Today, remnants of the historic town can still be visited via Tharp Road, where vestiges of this once thriving small Tennessee community remain, offering a glimpse into its past. Number 11, Old Jefferson, Murfreesboro. Once a small town located at the original seat of Rutherford County, the town was abandoned and burned down in anticipation of a flood that never came. In the 1950s, some group of construction engineers told residents that their town would be permanently flooded to create Percy Priest Reservoir. Eventually, the town was torn down, hauled away, and its remnants were burned down. However, as the new reservoir filled up, the water did not extend as far as originally projected due to underground caves at what is now Long Hunter State Park. Although there are rumors that some old foundations and some remnants are still left in the area, a visit to the site of Old Jefferson wouldn't be complete without checking out Percy Priest Lake and other sites like Long Hunter State Park. Number 12, Old Danville Grain Elevator in Stewart County. Danville, Tennessee was once a thriving river town situated on the banks of the Tennessee River, near Kentucky Lake, and a central link between Memphis and Louisville. The town was an important commercial center, known for its bustling docks and recognizable grain elevator, which was a major hub for local agriculture. However, when the construction of Kentucky Lake in the 1940s led to the flooding of the area, much of Danville became an underwater town. Despite the town's disappearance, the large, iconic grain elevator still stands tall above the waters of Kentucky Lake, a striking reminder of the town's past and a notable landmark for those visiting the area. Number 13, Johnsonville. Johnsonville, Tennessee, was a small rural town established in the early 19th century. It was situated in Humphreys County, near the confluence of the Tennessee and Cumberland rivers. The town grew steadily, with a population of around 1,000 residents by the mid-20th century. However, the town's fate was sealed in the 1940s, when the Tennessee Valley Authority, TVA, began constructing Kentucky Lake. The lake was created by building a dam on the Tennessee River, which would flood a vast area, including Johnsonville. In 1945, the town was officially abandoned and its residents relocated. The buildings, homes, and infrastructure were either demolished or left to be submerged by the rising waters. Today, Kentucky Lake is a popular recreational destination, attracting tourists for boating, fishing, and other water sports. Meanwhile, the remnants of Johnsonville remain hidden beneath the lake's surface, a ghostly reminder of the town that once thrived there. Number 14, Elkmont. Nestled in the Great Smoky Mountains, National Park is a fascinating remnant of a once thriving logging community and a popular vacation spot in the early 20th century. Now the area is largely abandoned, a true Gatlinburg, Tennessee ghost town, which offers a glimpse into the past with its dilapidated cabins and historic structures. The National Park Service has been in the process of restoring many of these historic buildings since the early 1990s, with 16 cabins now preserved, restored, and open for total public access. As you wander through the overgrown paths and old homes, The eerie silence is often interrupted by whispers of the town's former residents, believed to linger in the shadows. Ghost stories abound, with visitors reporting mysterious sounds and apparitions, especially in the old resort buildings. Elkmont is a must-visit for those intrigued by both nature and the supernatural, inviting exploration of its haunted tales. Number 15, Elba Woods, North Dakota. Elba Woods was one of several Native American towns along the Missouri River, which were permanently flooded following the completion of the Garrison Dam in North Dakota in 1953. The town was established in 1891 to be the local Indian headquarters for the region's Hidatsa, Mandan, and Arikara tribes. By the 1950s, many of the natives in town had become Christians and operated the gas stations, stores, post office, and other businesses typical of a rural town of a few hundred people, as well as the reservation's main school and hospital, also located at Elba Woods. The reservoir that formed behind the Army Corps of Engineers Garrison Dam was named after Sacagawea, the legendary Shoshone Indian woman who guided Lewis and Clark through the mountains of Montana. 200-mile long, Lake Sacagawea, the third largest reservoir in the country, flooded a quarter of the Fort Berthold Indian Reservation, forcing the relocation of over 325 families, which was about nearly 80% of the population on the reservation at that time. Many moved to a newly established community called Newtown, where now about 1,500 members of the 3 affiliated tribes live a modern life with a large casino. Number 16, Kennett, California. Though the old mining town of Kennett was a faded relic of its boomtown self, by the time it was flooded by Lake Shasta in 1944, it was still home to 100 people. Like other gold rush towns in Northern California, it was established for mining and prospecting in the region in the 1950s, but it wasn't until a railroad camp was built in 1883, with over 1,000 Chinese laborers, that the population began to rise substantially. Gold was discovered nearby the next year, and a post office came in 1886. The largest copper smelter on the West Coast opened in 1950, and by 1911, over 3,000 people lived in town. The hills around the town were exfoliated and denuded by the acid fumes from the smelter, and farmers in the valley 15 miles away began a suit against the company that operated the smelter for destruction of their crops. The mines closed after the end of World War I, the smelter soon followed, and Kennett's population fell over the next 2 decades. The town now rests beneath 400 feet of water, along with many of the region's smelters, paint factories, and mines, and their surrounding despoiled soils. Number 17, Neversink, New York City. Neversink, whose fateful name is said to be derived from the Indian word Newasink, meaning continuously flowing, was the larger of 2 communities that were removed from the reservoir site in 1942. The other town was called Bittersweet, and there, a total of 340 people were evicted from the valley, and about 6,149 acres of land were condemned. Some buildings were relocated to nearby towns, though most were bulldozed and burned in a final harvest. Trees were removed, cellars were filled in, privies disinfected, and even barnyard manure was said to have been dug up to maintain New York City's reputation for having the finest quality drinking water possible. The Neversink Reservoir began to flood the land on June 4, 1953, and took 2 years to fill. Number 18, Butler, Tennessee. Butler was known to be the largest single community and the only incorporated town removed by the Tennessee Valley Authority, TVA, throughout that entire massive Depression-era public works project to modernize and electrify the rural parts of 7 southeastern United States. Butler was the commercial center for the Watauga Valley in eastern Tennessee, and the only real town in the region, with a population of around 600 people. It was a typical southern town, with 2 barbershops, 2 beauty parlors, markets, the Bluebird Cafe, hardware store, drugstore, a few service stations, a few hotels, 3 churches, a rail station, Masonic Lodge, a Brick City Hall, bank, and doctors and dentists' offices. Located in the forested hills of Appalachia, local industries were mostly wood-related and included a lumber company, a crating company, a furniture company, and a casket company. In 1948, when the floodgates were closed, the Watauga Dam and Reservoir began flooding 458 square miles along the Watauga River. With over 735 families already displaced, about 175 buildings, including shops, barns, churches, and homes, were moved to higher ground, to a new town site named New Butler. Most buildings were demolished on site, and about 1,200 bodies were moved from the graveyards. Some families opted to leave the graves of their ancestors undisturbed, so they are still there, along with a reported slave graveyard that TVA crews never found. When Old Butler was exposed in the 1983 drawdown conducted to service the dam, Don Stout's shoe store, made of stone, and the one-room jailhouse, made of concrete, stood out from the other foundations and building pads along the muddy streets, still lined with trees, long dead, but preserved by the water. Number 19, Enfield, Massachusetts. The scenic New England villages of Dana, Prescott, Greenwich, and Enfield were disincorporated on the same day, April 28, 1938. Over the next year, the valley was demolished and deforested by over 1,000 woodpeckers, immigrant workers from Boston, who at times ran amok in the doomed landscape, living in the vacated houses along the main streets, burning churches without authorization. Some of the old buildings were moved to other towns, but most were bulldozed into piles and burned, as was 30 square miles of forest. The valley was on fire for months. In all, just 2,500 people were relocated, and 7,000 bodies were reinterred from local cemeteries to higher ground. The Quabbin finished filling in 1946, and it had no flood control, electrical generation, or navigation functions. It was built for one purpose only, to serve the drinking water needs of Boston, 60 miles away. Still called the largest single-purpose reservoir in the nation, it served as the city's primary water source. Number 20, St. Thomas, Nevada. Like most of the early settlements in the desert Southwest, St. Thomas was established in an area of available water, in this case, the comparatively lush Moapa Valley, 50 miles northeast of where Las Vegas is now. The town started as a Mormon outpost in 1865 and was later part of a chain of agricultural communities in the valley following the Muddy River, including Moapa, Logandale, and Overton, that were otherwise surrounded by arid desert. St. Thomas had a peak population of around 500 people, and for a while was known for producing cantaloupes and asparagus. A railway spur served the valley, and US 91, the main highway to Los Angeles before Interstate 15, went through town, making it a stop for motorists. In 1938, however, as Lake Mead crept northward, filling in behind the Boulder Dam, St. Thomas, located at a lower elevation at the southern end of the valley, was flooded. At the moment, due to regional drought conditions, portions of about 40 buildings are visible at the exposed remains of St. Thomas, including the old school and the Hannig ice cream parlor. Also visible is the foundation of the Gentry Hotel, where former President Herbert Hoover stayed in 1932 while inspecting the nearby construction project he had helped to create. Each of these towns represents a different element of America's development, yet they all share the same fate. They, and hundreds of other communities like them, were vacated, demolished, and flooded to make way for dams and reservoirs. Their remnants persist, preserved underwater, and sometimes emerge as haunting, painful reminders of what was not allowed to be.
Cut some dang checks. That's it. If you're going to kick Black people out of their homes, make sure they have the money to stay on their feet. Cut a dang check.
In too many parts of the U.S., these ugly stains of the country's racism are being preserved while eliminating memories of the thriving Black communities that once stood strong.
You can pay their descendants too, because generational wealth is one of the many things that is destroyed when you put Black communities underwater. So cut a dang check.
These Black ghost towns and communities once stood strong and tall as a testament to the strength, innovation, and independence of their residents until they were destroyed. by white American mobs and government. However, as earlier mentioned at the start of this video, it's no mistake to say that the U.S. is a country that went from enslaving black people to wiping out the communities they built post-slavery. Today, most of its white citizens are prohibiting the teaching of that history, while simultaneously promoting a false account of that history. A good instance of this is seen in Florida's new African American Studies curriculum that teaches students that enslaved people saw personal benefit from their captivity. It is a heartbreaking testament to the legacy of racist cruelty that too many Americans insist on upholding. In order to create a better Black society, we all have to come together to share and confront the pains and plight of African Americans, both in the past and in this modern era. This brings us to the end of yet another sobering video that highlights the hidden histories of Black life in the U.S. Don't forget to kindly support us by hitting the thumbs up button in front of you. Share this video with friends and families to keep.
All right, thank you for that, Black Journal. What's your thoughts on this, Lady Shay?
It's a lot. That's a lot of motherfucking lakes.
Yeah, that was only 50. This was over 200.
Yeah, that's a lot. It just goes to show you what they're capable of.
Mm-hmm.
When they want to rest areas like that.
Yeah.
They're not. They're like it just shows what they're capable of.
Mm-hmm.
They don't mind flooding an area and not removing the dead before. You know, they don't mind. They're just they can't speak to us about moral compass. You know, because there's a lot of immorality and all of that.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I would say.
All right, y'all. So appreciate y'all staying on late with us. I'm going to end the show now. So join us later on for part 3. In the meantime,
Monday,
I know it's already Monday.
Whatever we're supposed to be doing.
That's City Council. So we'll see y'all tomorrow or today after City Council. In the meantime, make sure y'all like, subscribe to Frontline Black News and the Revolutionary Agenda. And we will see y'all then. So peace, love, light, reparations, and separations, and Black empowerment. Sam Coomer and Lady Chase signing out from the Mile High incoming illegal migrant flooded city in a sundown town known as Aurora, Colorado. Peace. You don't eat the show.